Well, this is very exciting. Today is a wonderful day, and I am just so excited to be here. Excuse me for just a minute while I figure this out a little bit, and I'm looking to make sure that the live stream is actually going where it needs to be going, and it looks like it is. So this is very exciting when things work the way they're supposed to, right? So this is good. This is very good. I need to open up my little notes here, and I know that everybody's going to be joining us here and there throughout this afternoon. And today is Giving Tuesday. Let me also, I just realized that I need to let people in the Zoom, right? The Zoom. I'm a little, oh, here's Hastings. Hey, Hastings, let me admit Hastings into our room, and I'm going to make it gallery view so we can see Hastings too. Hastings is coming to us from, if you can believe this, hey, Hastings, he is here from Malawi, Africa, and he is our friend that is one of the overseers of Helping Hands Orphanage in Malawi, Africa. And I'm so excited to have him be a part of this day too. I called it Authors Give. Hey, you, so good to see you. I called this Authors Give because all of the authors that have worked with me so far have decided that they would give a portion of the proceeds of their book to a nonprofit that they support. And I thought one of the things that I could do, hey, Hastings, how are you? I see you there. How,
Hi. Hi,
how,
how are you?
oh, wonderful. How are things in Malawi?
Oh, right now we are uh, coming closer to the planting season.
Uh,
So we are just waiting for the rain so that we can plant our crops because we depend much on the on rains. We don't irrigate our crops. So we are busy clearing up our land so that we can be able to plant our crops when the rains come.
oh, yes. And so what kind of crops do you plant?
Yeah, we plant corn, we plant beans, we plant rice, we plant cassava, sweet potato, we plant vegetables. So there are different crops that we plant and we survive from those crops.
Yes, that really helps a lot. And um, if I understand it right, you tell me, you sell what you grow in order to then have a financial reward so you can then feed the kids, well, the people that you feed, because it's
Yeah,
not all
definitely.
kids.
Yeah, definitely. I can say 100%. We plant corn at the orphanage. We plant vegetables and we plant cassava, and when we harvest these crops, they help us to feed the orphans and the widows. So if in case we're being hit by maybe cyclones, as it was happened this year, and we haven't made enough produce, it becomes so hard for us to feed the orphans and the elderly.
Hi, Donna.
Yeah,
Hi. So
I
people
don't know.
really, hi. I don't know if the two of you have ever met. Hastings meet Donna, Donna meet Hastings. Um, it's so fun to is this incredible though? I mean, just being able to have people in one place where we can talk and just find out what's going on around the world and to help one another. To me, it's just as incredible. I grew up in a time where we had, I remember our first television, and I was the remote control. We didn't even have a remote control that would click, you know, the channels and all. I had to get up and turn, and then you have these rabbit, right?
I understand that. I understand.
Had rabbit ears that you could kind of move this way or that way to try to dial in a good picture. And
Yeah.
we have come a long way, baby.
Sure have.
In my lifetime, it just feels to me that so much has happened. So excuse me if I'm a little distracted, just because I'm using a new forum or format that will stream also to YouTube. I was trying to figure out how to stream it into TikTok also, but I think what I'll do is just upload the video later, or maybe portions of the video. I just recently, oh, I see KT is there. Hi, KT. You can hop on Zoom with us if you want. And I'm monitoring then Facebook and YouTube in the chat, but I also have to pay attention to the Zoom itself so I can let people in. So Allison said she'd be here soon. Joan said she'd be coming. And we have a whole day of people, or a whole afternoon of people who are authors who support nonprofits. And most people who have known about me for any length of time, they know that my number one nonprofit is Helping Hands Orphanage. And I thought I would just share a minute how I discovered Helping Hands so that you can feel like it is a worthwhile organization. I think so often people reach out to us that we don't know, and we don't really know, are they real? And can we trust that they do what they say they're doing? All of those things. And so one of the great reasons I wanted to do this, and especially have Hastings here, is so that you could put a face to the name and hear from him, his heart. But I also wanted to tell you my heart. It chokes me up when I think about it. It was 2014, and my father had just passed away. And I remember some of the girls from high school were getting together to have a lunch, and I didn't even want to go that day. I was, feeling sad, and I thought, man, I just don't know if I have the energy to go. And I went ahead and went, and oh my goodness, I'm so grateful that I did, because Dawn Elders, she used to be Strickland, a wonderful gal that I went to high school with, happened to be there, and she sat right across from me, and we were chatting. And when you meet people after years of not seeing them, there's a lot to catch up. But one of the things she was sharing was Helping Hands Orphanage. In fact, she was getting ready to take a trip. Now, in 2014, I was still working a lot of hours. And I thought, man, for the first time in my life, I have the money to go someplace that I'd really like to take this trip. And yet I didn't think I could take time off of work, because I had just taken a lot of time off work because my dad needed me. So looking back, how we make decisions and you think, oh my gosh, why did I decide not to go? I don't know, but I didn't go. And then I just kept longing to go, and I wanted to go. And then in 2020, we finally were able to set up a trip, and I was going to be going with Dawn, some of her friends, and Donna Ivy, who's a physician who goes and does medical treatment in Malawi a lot. And there was a team of us going. And of course, we all know what happened. COVID interfered with our plans. And so it just wasn't meant for me to go to Malawi then. But all these years, I have known Hastings' heart. And all these years, I know him to be a man of his word, that he does what he says he's going to do, that he has a heart for these children and the widows that come into his awareness. He helps with school supplies and food. And we're not talking that they get to go to McDonald's or something and get a Happy Meal. They have the bare necessities, and he helps them any way he can with medical supplies. And Hope Clinic, is Hope Clinic still standing?
Yeah, it's there, it's working, it's there.
Oh, I'm so glad. And through this time, we I didn't do it, but a lot of people came together to build a learning center. And didn't it get destroyed in one of the storms? Yeah, heartbreaking. But that's the way of life in Malawi. That's part of the heartbreak. Is
Yeah.
Life is not easy in Malawi. It is hard. It's a hard life. And yet there's people like Hastings that really just have a love for their country, for the people. So Hastings, I would love for you to share what's it like in a regular day for the orphans, for the elderlies, for who you care for there in Malawi. Would you share with us from your heart?
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me into this program. It's an honor, and all our friends who are watching us, you know that you're welcome, and appreciate your presence in this program. Yes, my name is Hastings Kajomba Banari, pastor, director at Helping Hands Orphanage. Helping Hands Orphanage was put in my heart in 2008 when I was at the college. I planted this mission after listening to God's call. So, in fact, by that time, I started with 5 neediest orphans and 3 widows. Actually, I had to leave my well-paying job. I was living in the city by that time, so I had to come back to my home village and planted this mission. Since that time, we've grown, reaching today, whereby we've got 350 neediest orphans and 191 widows that come to receive different support from Helping Hands Orphanage. Actually, we are centered in providing hedge to the hedgeless orphans and the airless. According to the scripture, James chapter 1, verse 27, it clearly tells about pure religion, which is about providing support to the widows and the orphans in their distress. Right now, we've got about 40 orphans, 40 volunteers actually that work on the ground on a daily basis. And recently, we've just been joined by a couple from America, John and Esther Mesha, that have come to work at the clinic. So Helping Hands actually has different programs like education, like farming, like mobile clinics, like feeding program, sports, and word of God impartation. On the education sector, in Malawi, a child can easily fail to go to school because he or she has no elite pencil like this one. One can easily fail to go to school and can easily drop out of school. One can even fail to go to school without a notebook, just a notebook like this one. A kid can fail to go to school and even leave the school for that matter. Even failing to get just a ball pen, a pen like this one. I've seen a lot of kids in my community failing to go to school because they don't have a pencil like this one. So Helping Hands came in, and we try to provide school supplies, basic school supplies, school materials, that can help an orphan to stay in school and be able to acquire education. Right now, we are fighting hard. We're fighting hard to force. Honestly, we are forcing, because the bright future is possible, is created through education. So we are forcing each and every child that is registered with Helping Hands to go to school. And through this, we have got registered a good number of kids in the high school, which was almost impossible in my community. Just imagine, I'm coming from a clan of about 200 people, but I'm the only person, the only graduate in that clan. How can we develop the community when one person like me has been educated, leaving behind almost 200 people or 150 people? It's almost impossible. We are so happy right now to say that in the education sector, we are able to produce graduates. And these graduates, they come back to Helping Hands and the community to support with their support right now. So you can see that we are making a very good impact to the community. We are looking now at building a high school because our orphans continue to travel, to walk miles and miles away just to acquire high school education. I tell you, when it comes to a girl child, it becomes so hard for her to walk during the menstrual period. It's almost impossible to go to school. Some of the kids cross big rivers just to acquire high school education. And some of the kids get raped on the way back and from when going to school, even when coming back from school. When it rains, they can't go to school because the roads become flooded and muddy. So right now, we are building a high school. Of course, it will take us time. I know it's a struggle that we have to fight, and we're fighting. And we know God is there and He will fight with us. So in this education sector, that's what right now we are doing. And we also bought some 2 sewing machines that those that don't manage to go to the university can be trained in a small skills, vocational skills that can help them when they grow up. So we also housing a feeding program. We make sure that these orphans and these widows are fed. A child cannot stay in school with hunger. Definitely, that child cannot be able to concentrate in class. And we make sure that we provide food for them to stay in school. And these kids, most of the times, stay in their homes without food. And they only get it when they come to Helping Hands. And getting a meal in a day is a blessing to them. Because we have got other kids that take care of each other. Other kids are being taken care of by the widows that are even failing to support themselves. So feeding program is helping us to keep these kids in school and healthy as well. We don't leave behind the medical support, the medical program. Our kids have been dying right in our hands from very treatable diseases on the way to the district hospital. Our closest district hospital takes us about 2 hours or 3 hours to walk and get there. Many of them have been dying in our hands. And we sit down, what can we do with these people? We need to save them. Then we built a small clinic whereby right now these kids and these widows are able to get first aid treatment. It's a clinic that is working barely out of nothing. What we sometimes have medications, sometimes we do have medications, but to be honest, if you can get to our clinic, we don't have the equipment for the clinic. Our doctor and nurses sometimes just guess, maybe this one is suffering from this, because we don't have the equipment for the clinic. We are hoping and we are still praying that maybe God will provide us with the equipment. So out of these clinics, we have got other areas that we conduct medical mobile clinics. Like we had one today. We had to drive almost 2 hours to get to the place where people have completely no medical support. And we have saved over 200 people today. And these people definitely would have been lost. So this clinic has a child. This is now a mobile clinic. So in this mobile clinic, again, we are fighting and we are lacking medications for these people. So that's the education, that's the medical support that we are doing right now. On another program is farming. We make sure that we plant different crops like corn, like cassava, sweet potato, vegetables. Every week, like cleaning the land, planting, and doing everything is done by the orphans and the widows themselves. And after harvesting, we feed them. At times, when we harvest enough, we sell some so that we can be able to buy school supplies, we can be able to buy maybe proteins like eggs, so that these people can eat can eat and have health. So this sector, again, farming program, we try to train these kids to have demonstrations garden at the orphanage, so that when they go to their homes, they're going to be able to practice, be able to plant some of the crops that we plant at the orphanage, and we support them with materials and wisdom on how to make it. Adding on that, we are fighting hard to provide the word of God, because we are Christians and we are on this earth just for a time, and time will come when all of us will go back to our world, will go to heaven. And we make sure that these kids have to know God. Through all the challenges, they are comforted by the word of God, and they are encouraged and motivated by the word of God. So we make sure that these orphans, these widows, have Christ in their heart to comfort them. They have to know Christ, that He's the provider. They have to know Christ while they are young. They have to know that their bodies are the temples of God. So through this, we are able to have God-fearing generation in our community. My prayer is that whatever I'm doing, whatever we're doing, it has to bring glory and honor before God. And through the program that we're doing, we're trying to change the community, to bring light to the community. Above all, we are also fighting hard to provide sports. These kids, because of different challenges they're passing through, they always have stress, So to keep them in line, we make sure that we provide different sporting activities like football, like netball, and the other different sporting activities. So honestly, the field is just big, and we need partners. We need people that can come in and donate to the Helping Hands Orphanage, because every donation makes a great difference. With the $25, you can be able to feed an orphan or a widow for a period of 1 month. with 25 US dollars, you can be able to keep an orphan in school for 3 months with school supplies. So when you make donation to Helping Hands, know that you are changing somebody's life. You are creating a bright future for somebody, because the future is created, but it needs somebody to take a hand and support somebody.
I love that. I love that, Hastings. And
honestly,
but we sometimes just think that we have to have hundreds and hundreds of dollars to help. And we want to be able to do that. We all kind of feel like, oh, we have so many resources that come, and we really truly wish we spend millions, right? Instead of just a few dollars, but really every dollar helps. Every single dollar helps. And so today I wanted to bring people together, especially authors who celebrate these causes. And two of them that have pledged to help Helping Hands Orphanage are here on our call, and that's Allison and also Joan. And so I thought I would share about their books to let people know that if you purchase one of these books, the money will go to Helping Hands, or you can also donate directly to Helping Hands. And I'll make sure that the links are in the comment section. But I wanted to share, I'm going to share Joan's just sort of quickly. This is Run for Freedom. It's a beautiful story, and it's a self-help type book through Joan's story that helps you think new thoughts, because that's how we grow, right? And I love Joan's heart to want to help Helping Hands. And I also have this one that we're launching. No, not this one. Sorry, got the wrong book. I have this one that we're launching today, and I'm so excited about it. It's a children's book, and Allison is the author. It's called Luna's Magic Slippers, and it's a sweet little children's story just in time for Christmas. So I thought what I would do is first have Allison share. I know her time is kind of limited because she's got little ones in her care, and they're napping right now. So we can have her maybe share a few words of her heart. And also Luna is in school right now, but Luna's heart for a child is just adorable, because she wants to help Helping Hands. And so she definitely said, I want this book to help. So Allison, would you share a little bit more about your book, how it came about, why you want to help Helping Hands?
Yes, of course. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, beautiful. Hi, everybody. Hi, Hastings. Hi,
hi, Allison.
Hi, Facebook. Hi, world. This is a project that's been 2 years in the making, which is unbelievable that we are sitting here today talking about the finished product. This has been so exciting. And I was asking Luna, actually, I was like, so where did you get this idea? Because this is her story. This is something that she came up with and told me. And I just thought this would be such a cute book. And so she said she was playing with Legos one day, and she had these really cool Lego slippers, and that she thought that those could turn her little minifigs from Legos into a dragon. So she had actually played this whole scene out and was telling the story. And I just took it upon myself. We took some photos. I took all the photos. And then my husband helped put all the words together. And Lori, of course, helped us get it on Amazon and edited. And when I asked Luna, like, what do you want to do with the money? Because we have a little bank account set up for her. So if she does chores or if she gets birthday money, it goes into there. And then she chooses to save it or spend it. And then she's got a college fund that she's aware about. Because I wanted to start all those relationships with money really early. And it just blew me away. She said, Mommy, I want this to help Hastings. I want to help Helping Hands, because I had shown her videos. She's met Hastings. And it really just touched her heart. I showed her the videos and I said, these kids just really need our help. And it really touched her heart. She talks about it all the time. And she prays for them. We pray for them. And she really wanted something that she could do. And we had thought about it and thought about it. And when the book came about, she really wanted to donate half of all the proceeds to Helping Hands. So we've already sold 8 copies, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's already $64 in our pocket, and half of that is heading to Hastings. We're going to do a monthly donation, and we'll be really transparent about it, where you can see what our sales are and what we're donating. And this will be in perpetuity forever so that we can help. And anytime she gets any extra anything, we're going to put it in there. And if she wants to do that, then she'll do that as well. So it's really special, and it's something that I am so, so proud of. And I want to tell her friends, and we're inspiring other kids. We have actually a photo shoot with the next book with 2 of her friends. So we'll have another book, and then they'll get to do the same thing. And we're just going to keep building a series, and it will do that forever in perpetuity to help Hastings actively every day. Every time we make a sale, that's another, another donation that we can send to you. And it's so exciting to finally be here. And I know that we had the letters finally show up after 2 years. And so that was super exciting. Luna was beside herself. She's like, oh my gosh, they got there. I can't believe it. And she gets all her friends involved. And so all of the media and all of the press, everything that we're going to do, the first words out of our mouth is going to be Helping Hands Orphanage. That is what the primary goal for this was. And if it's not a donation, it's sharing this post. Get the word out. You may not have the money to donate, but you can share to somebody who would. And that's free. So I always tell that, just get the word out, get everybody in the know that you guys exist and that you need the help, and that you are, same thing, you're transparent. Everybody wants to be skeptical. And I was like, you can see them actively on Facebook. You see exactly where your money goes. You get to see those beautiful faces, enjoy those school supplies, have that food, do those shoes, all of those beautiful things. You get to see it actively. And that's why I'm so happy to support and to really do everything we can in our power to A, get the word out, and B, just help you as much as we can with donations. So we're so blessed to be able to do this for you. And it makes me, because I'm just so proud. I'm so proud of Luna, and I'm so happy, just so happy to be here. It's such a blessing to finally be here today on this day. Like, it's hitting me harder and harder. I was like, oh my gosh. It showed up yesterday. Luna's got her little pen and she's been signing books, and it's so exciting. I know, it's so exciting. And we just feel so lucky and blessed, Hastings, and anything we can do to get the word out, I'm doing it. I'm talking about it. We're doing anything we can. I share all your posts. I try to tag you in as much as I can. And this is the time of year, absolutely. But it should be all year. We should be helping all the time. Yeah. So that's a little bit about it.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I truly do. And Luna is a special little girl. She does have a big heart and wants to give. And you're right. It starts when kids are little.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think it is so important to support Hastings, because he too shows love through us.
That's right.
And shows the kids, what's going on. And to tell you the truth, we meet them like in the most tangible of ways by, even if they don't know us, Hastings is able to get them food. I mean, that is the most critical thing that they need. And then next to that, the hope is education, where the school supplies come in and the clinic comes in to keep them alive, because they've got so many things working against them.
Right.
Joan, I would love for you to share a little bit. Joan has been a longtime supporter with her book, Run to Freedom, and she's gracious to be here today with us as well, and I'm so grateful for that. Joan also has a huge heart to serve, and also has jumped on the Helping Hands bandwagon, and I'm so grateful for that, because, like Allison said, none of us that I know or that I've met so far has a never-ending stream of income, but each of us helping a little bit when we can, or doing a fundraiser or bringing awareness. You never know when that person with a big heart that will be able to support Hastings or any other nonprofit for that matter, because there are so many needs. And I love that so many people have a heart to help others, because at my stage of life, what I've learned is that's where fulfillment happens. That's where we make a difference. That's where we create a legacy. And so, Joan, would you like to share a little bit about your book and also why you wanted to help Helping Hands? I'm not able to hear you very well. Can everyone else hear?
Can you hear me?
No? Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So hunger is something that no one can hear. And the hungry child cannot learn. Because when your tummy is growling and you're feeling bad, there's no way whatever is being spoken, you can accept it. Because your mind is on, I hope I can get some food to relieve these hunger pangs. I know hunger. When I came to America, I came with very little money. $50 is what I was allowed at that time. And I had a 6-year-old child. And I remember what we had to do. I could not cook because in my country, I did not know how. I learned to cook in America. But the money that I could get, when I had one meal, he would eat first, and then I would eat behind him. And then he remembered that was the pattern. And I remember one day he pushed it back to me and he said, you eat first. And I said, no, you eat first. Hastings, when I met Laurie, it was because I wanted to do this. And Run for Freedom was me actually leaving my country and hoping to find a different life in America. I was not poor, but I had limitations. And when I got here, I found freedom. Free to speak, free to do what I wanted to do, and free to share. So the things that are written in Run for Freedom were actually principles that I learned along my life journey. I am 81 years old. I have been through a lot. And so I call them golden nuggets because I pick these ideas up and principles, not only from my parents, but from mentors. And I'm here to encourage you, Hastings, that you may be the only one educated right now, but if you keep throwing seeds out, other people will eventually come around to helping you. So never give up, become unstoppable. Because in America, I see so much waste when it comes for food. And when I realized what you were offering the children at the orphanage, I realized that I have to help. So what I've done is I printed up stuff regarding your orphanage and I give it to people. So you may not see it coming from Joan, but it may be from somebody who Joan touched, because that's how I can do it. I'm not too much on Facebook and stuff, but I print material and I hand it to people and I tell them what I'm about. So hopefully we'll get you the money that you need to feed these little children and to teach them. I wanted to know from you, Hastings, when we send things to you, do you have any problems getting them now? Since COVID, I know we had difficulty in getting things shipped to you. Is it now a little better because COVID is not so much in the face of everybody?
Yeah, right now it's a little bit better. The only challenge that we are facing in shipping materials is that it's so expensive. Recently, we received two cartons of books for the kids. You know, they charged close to $800. So $800 in our currency is quite a huge money that we can be able to buy school supplies for the kids, and be in school for maybe 2 months. So you can see that.
So it's better for us to send you money.
Yes, that's the best. That's the best.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So with
Yeah.
the purchase of the Run for Freedom, I'm giving back like 50%, like Alison. Whenever I sell a book, then that other 50% goes off to feed a child. That's my commitment to the orphanage.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
you guys so much, and I love that you love Hastings like I do. And I remember when I first learned of the orphanage, being an entrepreneur at heart, I'm like a lot of people, and I think, oh, well, we could do this and we could do that, and I'm going to send them this and I'm going to send them that. And I thought, wow, and I remember talking to Dawn about how to make that happen. And she didn't laugh. She was gracious because she understood too, probably how you want to help so much. But what really, really helps is cold, hard cash, as crazy as that seems, because Hastings knows what to do with it. And he knows what the immediate needs are, and he knows how to make things happen there for them. And we can trust that he will do the right thing as he stewards what we send. He has a bigger boss than all of us, and he is a man of honor and a man of God. And I truly trust that with all my heart. And as much as even, I've thought of different things of trying to help, like we started a pen pal project at the onset of COVID and realized pretty quickly that everybody was getting their letters back. And it was so disheartening, but Malawi is a third world country. They are not as sophisticated as all of the things that we think of. And I remember going, not to Malawi, but I took a trip to Paraguay. And, the faces of children in need are all different, but they all look the same. They all look the same when they have great needs. And I remember sitting in a room with young children, and we had taken backpacks to serve these little children. And I remember the difference, because I've been giving backpacks to kids for as long as I can remember for school. And here in the States, they kind of throw them on their back and take off running, and you might get a thank you, as they leave, you might. And I'm not saying that the kids here aren't grateful, because I know they are. But what was different and so striking to me is the kids put that backpack on the front and they hugged it like it was something so precious. And it chokes me up when I think about it now, how something that I had so much fun filling backpacks for those children, you could not have fit anything else in them. They literally were bursting at the seams I had so much fun filling those things up. And to be able to bring joy to a child like that is just so special. But unless you're able to travel with backpacks like I was, it doesn't work. And that was a third world country too. And so it doesn't work that well when we're trying to send stuff to Malawi, because things are stolen in the mail. If they see something good, it will never get to Hastings or children. And so we can trust the good ways to send it. And one of them, there's many ways to send money to Hastings. And if you have a lot of money you want to send, I would love to share those ways with you. But buying books from the authors will really help, because they have pledged their portion of their proceeds. So that's a wonderful thing that you can do, and you get a wonderful book at the same time. Or if you want to donate through Support HHO, that's another way. It is a tax write-off, and it is a local charity here in California, a church that is helping Hastings. And so if that's important to you as well, please let me know and I'd be happy to connect you. I am so overjoyed to see those of you that have joined and the rest that are scheduled for today. You know, it's funny. I started coming down with the flu yesterday, actually maybe Sunday, I guess. And yesterday was a pretty bad day as far as not feeling well. And I thought, you know, Lori, you just got to suck it up and do this thing. You know, sometimes something's much bigger than our own discomfort, right? And so I'm so grateful that you are here. And I'm so grateful that we can share your heart, Hastings, with everyone and share that, you know, our desire to help and be the hands and feet of God, to be the salt and light, it's just so important. And even if you don't share the same beliefs, it's okay too, because we're here to love. That's it. That's all. That's what we do, is just love one another. And that's been a directive that I remember from early on in my childhood, and it's stayed with me all of this time. It's just so important. So again, if you would like to support Joan and her book, I put the link in the chat. It should be feeding out where it needs to go. The Run for Freedom is a wonderful book that Joan authored, and it's a great book. It will entertain you. It is meaningful. Her story is powerful. And I'm grateful that she is here in the United States to be able to tell it and to have a book done. And of course, you have to get this little book for a child that you know, or a bunch of them, because it's just the sweetest little story of Luna finding magic slippers, and she gets to fly. And it's so funny because when I read this little book, I take a trip with Luna and I'm flying with her in my dragon outfit. And it's just sweet. It's just, I love the imagination that Luna and Allison both had to be able to create this book. And so please, I'm going to go ahead and put in the chat again the links to these books, and also to Helping Hands, the main donation, if I can figure out. So please forgive me. I'm a little clunky with all of this stuff because I'm using a different platform that feeds from Zoom to other platforms. And I was trying so hard to try to figure out how to get this to go to TikTok. I worked really hard to get my 1,000 people or 1,000 followers so I could. And then I was struggling with how to do it. So I'll figure maybe be able to cut down this video and maybe do little snippets that might be kind of fun and put them on TikTok for awareness too. But I'm gonna look here for, so I apologize for being clunky. That's my point, is I'm a little bit handicapped when it comes to tech, but my heart is in the right place. I assure you that I just want to share these authors with you and their works that they've done to help others. And that to me is just where the rubber meets the road. Because when we can do that, it takes the focus on anything that we're going through and helps us focus on something bigger than what we can do alone. And you never know who you're going to run across. You'll never know who will help, and you don't have to know. That's the funny thing. I remember, I wish Shelley could have been here today too. She used to live in our neck of the woods and was a teacher at the local school. And we did some fundraisers together for Helping Hands. She now lives in Michigan, I think. Michigan? One of the states, Michigan, Wisconsin, one of those states, and she's having the time of her life, but she also is a supporter. And I remember posting on Facebook years ago now that I wanted to help Helping Hands, and that I also had a curriculum for kids that would really help. And man, she jumped on that so fast. And we did the fashion show to support Hastings and some other things. So you never know who will have maybe more energy or more ideas. So spread the word. That's one of the things we can all do, is spread the word of what a worthy cause that is dear to our hearts. And excuse me. And kind of just how we can help one another. That's, I think, what's most important, is look for ways to help. As authors, when we write a book, we want to help somebody with our words. But when we reap the benefit of what we've created and we can help again, that's like a 2-for, it's like a 2 for 2 for the price of 1. We've created a book that will bring enjoyment or words of wisdom or some type of a mission. And then we get to donate some of the proceeds. So I would like to share too that I have a number of books, and what I do with the proceeds of my books as well is I donate to nonprofits that are really important to me, like Hastings, Helping Hands, I should say, Hastings and Helping Hands. And so I haven't put the links to my books. Most of the people that will hop on here will know. I will put them in later, because to me, it wasn't about me today. It was about the other authors. But I do have a book that's launching today with one of my other authors, and she's going to be coming when she gets off work a little bit later. And so I'm excited about that. You'll have things to look forward to. Let's see, what else can I share with you? We're running a little bit ahead of schedule. And I'm trying to think of what did someone say something?
Yeah, I had a quick question for Hastings.
Yes, wonderful. I'm glad.
How many orphans currently are you supporting?
Sorry?
How many children are you supporting currently?
We've got 350 orphans that we are supporting right now. We started with five orphans, but we have grown up to 350 orphans.
That's incredible. Okay, I wanted to include that in the posts and stuff, that this is going to help support 350 orphans, which is cool.
And what I really love about Helping Hands is they also help elderly women that have been abandoned by their families, or they have no family left. And if Hastings didn't help them, they would surely pass away. And I know that I've seen and read that sometimes the orphans will kind of help them and talk to them and be a part of their lives too. So it's such a win-win to have a child who has somebody in their life that's an older woman like that, or a man. I mean, we don't have to worry about if it's a man or a woman, because people, as they get older and they become very frail, they need help. And yet orphans can see you taking care of them, and they pick up that mission as well, which I just really love about everything about what you do. And it's just exciting to know that there are people in the world that are helping people that we couldn't help otherwise. I mean, we can't be everywhere. We can't help everyone, but we can help some. And that's the important thing.
I remember sometime, a certain day when we prepared food, and then a certain widow just ate part of the food, and then he brought out a plastic bag from her pocket. I said, "What's for?" He said, "No, Hastings, you know what? I have to keep some of this food. I know the food wasn't enough for her on that day, but she said, I don't know what comes tomorrow. I have to keep some part of this food so that I can eat tomorrow as lunch, because I don't have any food at home. So this food will save me tomorrow." So so you can see such type of experiences that people are passing through it's hard, you know. They just they don't know what tomorrow will bring. They don't know what they will do tomorrow. So when they get food, it's lucky. It's just a blessing, and it's just a privilege. Sometimes they don't have complete enough food. So when they come to Helping Hands, definitely when they eat, they go back home and sleep, because that's the only food or the only meal they can have in a day. So yeah, the impact that you guys are bringing to Helping Hands is so much huge, and honestly, we cannot reinvest it. We cannot give you back, but you know that God is there, and God will has to reward you with so much. The sacrifices that you are making is so much huge. You know, it doesn't mean that we've got all the monies, all the resources at your disposal. You are sacrificing whatever you have with us, and know that we don't take it for granted. It's a very huge blessing to us.
And I know most of the people on the Zoom right now probably know you, and probably through me, which is wonderful. I mean, I'm happy to be that person if that is what happens. But I want you to reach out to Hastings, because when you do, he will share with you. I get in Messenger little snippets from Hastings, little videos from the kids, and also feeding day. He shares, sometimes there'll be a video of the kids saying thank you for their school supplies, and that's the blessing to me. Sorry. Because you don't always get to see the joy on little kids' faces like that. You don't always get to be a part of something that you know makes a difference. And if you connect with Hastings, he'll share these things with you too, and you'll see what he does. And if you have any reservations, and if it hits your heart like it has mine, you'll know that the resources that you're able to share, whatever they are, you know, I'm not a millionaire. I'm a senior citizen, and you know, I live comfortably, but I don't have a lot of extra. I really don't. But I do know that when I share what extra I have, it really makes a difference. So I do want you to all know that you can trust this source. You can trust Hastings and Helping Hands. And if you still are not sure about it, connect with him. Another person that you can connect with is Dawn Elders, who, like I shared in the beginning, is how I met Hastings. I could see her heart in the first conversation that I had with her, where she was sharing. I think at that point she had been to Malawi, I want to say 15 times, somewhere like that.
Yeah, you are true.
Yeah,
you are true.
And she said every time the plane leaves Malawi, she feels like she leaves a part of her heart there. And I remember sitting there that day thinking, I want to leave a part of my heart in Malawi. And so I haven't been able to do it that way, but Malawi definitely is in my heart. And I know it makes a difference. I just really, truly do.
And whoever is interested to visit, you're free to visit. Just contact me. You can contact me through Messenger, or you can send me a friend request on Facebook. I'm also on Instagram. So you can friend request me, text me, Hastings, I would like to come and work with you. The door is open. You can bring a medical team. You can just bring any team from our church. Even you can just organize yourself. Even coming alone, we've got a certain friend, Sue, a nurse, who came here on Tuesday last week, and she's been working with us up to. She'll be here up to tomorrow, and Thursday she's flying back to to USA. So you can visit us. The door is open. You can organize with your family. You are safe with the church or or a medical team. You are free to come and work with us. We've got different programs that you can fit in. Your presence to Helping Hands Orphanage is a very big blessing. Don't worry about where you're going to stay. You'll be staying with us. We've got rooms that are provided for free. Or I think you only require food and maybe gas, but for the rooms, we've got enough rooms that can accommodate you guys. So you are free to visit at any time whenever you want to come to Malawi. Just send me a friend request or text or send me a message on Messenger, or you can contact Rory. She knows my email. She can give you my email. Write me, and you can come to Malawi and you stay with us as long as you want, a week or two, a month or a year. As I've put it, we've got a family from Hawaii that has moved from USA to Malawi, and they're working with us, and they've moved completely. That they want to stay here till they get old, So we need you. We need you here, and be free to come. You're most welcome, and we need you. Seriously, we need you guys.
Well, I haven't given up on coming to Malawi.
Thank you.
I still want to come. I still want to come. In fact, on Thanksgiving, I was with a young woman who's a really sweet part of my life. And she said, "When are we going to Malawi?" So there's a few of us that really would like to make the trip. And I am not a seasoned traveler. I now have only 2 trips out of United States under my belt. Well, besides going to Mexico a few times or Canada, which I don't even call that traveling out of United States. It's not, that wasn't difficult, but going to Paraguay was a trick for me, and Costa Rica was much easier. But I know that it's safe for us to come, and that you get a lot of guests, which is wonderful, because that awareness, again, is so important. You never know when the right person is going to hear about what's going on in Malawi. And I know that there are many orphanages in Africa. You would be surprised how often somebody reaches out to me because they may have seen something that I've posted or shared, more like, from Hastings. And there's so many needs, and so many people need help. And boy, I had the craziest experience when we had the fashion show, and it was a fundraiser for Hastings. I went to do a Western Union where they send money directly.
Yeah.
And this lady at the Western Union place was hilarious. She was like, "Do you know where this money's going?" And I said, "Yes, I do." And she's like, "Because there are people who you can't trust, and I'm worried." I think that she may have had some bad experiences where older people felt like they were doing the right thing, but they weren't. But that's why I stress so much that with all of these things going on in the world, what I know is true is Hastings is the real deal, and you can't trust that. So I think the people here know on this call, but if anybody else happens to see this, I want you to know that it is and it also is a tax write-off for you through Helping Hands. And also, if you choose to help our authors today that are donating for Helping Hands, that is another way that you can do it. And then you get a book too. So that's a wonderful thing. And I am very excited to be able to share Hastings with you. and for you to listen from him of what's going on. I remember one time, Hastings, you were telling us about how hard it is for these kids to get to school, and especially the little girls. Could you share some of those stories? And the other thing I would love to know, and I think everybody else would too, is some of your success stories. I know that you have people that have been affiliated with Helping Hands who are now adults, and I would love to know some of those stories too.
Yeah, just to keep you updated, right now we have got kids that are in the university from the orphanage, from the community, and they come back to the community and support us, support Helping Hands, support even the community itself. These are the orphans that had no hope. These are the orphans that thought they don't have a future. But when they get to Helping Hands, we try to nurture them, we try to support them, and now they're in the university. We have got one who's doing nursing, one is a teacher, one is doing agriculture at the university. So you can see the fruits that we are able to get from the programs that we are running at Helping Hands. Talking about my community, we've got the primary schools there, but to get a high school, kids have to walk 3 to 4 hours just to get to the school on daily basis. And when it rains, kids don't go to school because they cross big rivers, and these rivers become flood. When it hits so hard, it becomes so hard for them, to walk such a distance to get to the high school. When it comes to a girl child, it becomes so difficult for her to walk such a long distance when she's in the menstrual period. It becomes so hard. And some of these girls get raped on the way. And these are challenges that they are passing through, and they fail to maneuver, to go further with their education because of these challenges. And even when they get back to the school and come back home, they fail to concentrate because they come home tired. Walking such a long distance is quite weary, quite tiresome, and they don't concentrate. That's why we are struggling right now to build a secondary school in the community so that these kids can be able to acquire education at their doorstep. And we are planning that at the school, we should be able to build hostels. We have to be keeping them within the school premises, protecting them from being raped, protecting them from a long travel, protecting them even from the times during the menstrual period. They're supposed to walk such a long distance, to just to acquire high school. So these challenges, we're trying to see how best we can help these kids. So those are some of the challenges that our kids are continue to meet right now.
Yeah. I mean, I remember as a little girl complaining about going just a few blocks to school. It's so hard to walk that far. Like, how crazy is that? And these children walk 3 hours and have the elements and then bad people that can violate them. I can't even imagine what they must face as they try to get to school. It makes me kind of ashamed of myself that, I was, not wanting to walk a few blocks to school when they work so hard at trying to get where they know they're going to be fed, and not just food, which that's a part of it too, but they get education. And we all know that education is the key to success. if you can get some education, and that's what Hastings does that I really love, is when you can get education and maybe be able to get a scholarship or catch the eye of somebody that could help. It's huge. It's just huge. That's life changing. I've heard so many stories of kids who really started with nothing. And maybe one young man I remember talking to when we were in Paraguay, and he said that he was what they call a street urchin, where he would sell candy that he would steal, by the way. He would steal candy and sell it to people just to get a few dollars so that he could get some actual food. And I thought, wow, I mean, I've never had to work that hard for food, and I've been broke, don't get me wrong. But even when I was broke and thought, wow, I wonder what we're going to do next, there was still food in my cupboard. I've never been completely without food. And even if I was completely without food, I know that there's places here in the States that you can go to get help. But see, Malawi isn't like that. They don't have pantries or government help that helps these children. That's why I think it struck my heart so much, is that they just don't have what we have, and they don't take it for granted either. So it's a beautiful thing if you can help them, and I surely appreciate it and love that so many people. That it's funny because I see people on Facebook sharing posts and things, and I think, you know what? I think I had an influence in that. And it makes me excited to know that they might not even know it was me, but I might have shared the word at some point. Somebody else shared the word at some point, and then somebody else shared the word at some point. And I'm thinking, wow, this is really cool how more and more people are supporting Helping Hands. And that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So get the word out if you can. I know that, especially this time of year, I can't tell you how many emails I have gotten just today. I'm not including the last couple of days leading up to today, which is Giving Tuesday here in the United States. It is a day to kind of think about that. I have launched books on, I'll tell about some of the missions that I've had in the past if I have time at the very end of this show today. But I've even launched books today to help on this day to help nonprofits, because it is a big deal to think about giving, especially as we approach Christmas and we think about giving gifts. I think it's an important one to have on your Christmas list, is to help a nonprofit as well. And I just want to thank everybody for being here, and also to thank people for watching. I really appreciate you, Hastings. I know it's really late in Malawi. You're probably ready for bedtime, and your family is probably already in bed, I imagine. But thank you for being here. And if you need to go, I understand completely. I don't want you to feel obligated to stay, because you've just been such a highlight of my day today, to be able to see you again and share the valuable things that you do in Malawi. It's when I had this imprinted on me really just a short while ago, I woke up and I just knew God told me to do this today. And I thought, okay, well, how is that going to look? What am I going to do? How am I going to do it? And so I reached out, and of course you said yes right away. And I thought, isn't that special? That we can share something that's close to our heart so far away by the mere fact that we have electronics. It just blows my mind. It blows my mind. But I love that we can do this, and I really appreciate you. Did anybody else have any questions for Hastings, or want to share anything else? We're all
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. So you see,
work. You're in my prayers every day, and we'll send money when we can, and we're going to continue to get the word out as much as we can so that more and more people know about you and know, you know, what you do and how you help kids in Malawi. It's just so important. And we're running a little bit ahead of time, but our next person, our next author that I wanted to spotlight is Jackie Martin. And, you know, she's such a lovely person. I've just so enjoyed her journey with being an author and now a speaker too. And so I'd like to, I see she's already here, and I thought, why not? We can go ahead and transition, and we may stay ahead of the game, but then again, we may not, and it's all okay. I just didn't want to get behind too far. So I'm glad that Jackie's here to introduce properly, and let me do that. But before I do that, I just wanted to say one thing that I kind of feel like I have mentored Jackie a little bit, and I'm not really sure if I've mentored her or if she's mentored me. Have you ever had those kinds of relationships where you just kind of feel like it's a mutual, beautiful thing? And Jackie is definitely one of those people in my life. And just recently, she had the opportunity to speak at a church in the down in the San Diego area. And as she was up on stage sharing from her heart, I was in the audience thinking, isn't this a beautiful thing that you can mentor somebody and they go far and beyond anything that you do yourself? And that's my hope and prayer for Jackie, is that she just keeps launching and doing these beautiful things and sharing her faith and what she loves, which is help people really understand their true identity. And that's a powerful not just thought, but it is a powerful gift that you can give to somebody to help them see who they are. And so I'll go ahead and tell you a little bit about her. Jackie is an international best-selling author. She is also a speaker and a biblical counselor. She teaches others who they are in Christ. And she leads the Fivefold Ministry, and it is national and international. She also leads a weekly Bible study locally in the same community that I live in, and she volunteers at her church. She also is a show host on Holy Spirit Broadcasting, which is not actually in her bio, but I'll let her share some of her journey with you too. She is a wife and a mother. She has been married for 16 years, and she has 4 children and 4 beautiful grandchildren as well. She does also help with her church photography and media. And she is a really good friend and a coach. And so if you need a coach, if you know of somebody that really struggles with who they are and their identity, connect them with Jackie. I would love that. She's a good coach and really cares for her mentees, her clients, and those that she helps. And she is a relatively new John Maxwell team member. It's actually called Maxwell Leadership. I'm old school. I've been around a while in that group of people, but she also is part of the tribe of people with the John Maxwell following that I've been a part of for some time as well. And so I'm glad that she is my partner in that endeavor as well. So Jackie, would you like to share a little bit about your book? And I do wanted to show, I knew I had it handy. I've got one too many things around here. I have stuff in case I have my Kleenex in case I start coughing. I have stuff for that. I have stuff for everything. But this is Jackie's book, and it is a story and a half. Let me tell you, it's well written. It is just an incredible, incredible story. So please get this book. And Jackie, I would love for you to share a little bit about your book journey, about your book, about the nonprofit you're supporting, and anything else you'd like to share. And I'm going to put the link to this book in our chat as well, and let people know that they can get this book to support the nonprofit that you've chosen.
Thank you so much, Lori. Wow, this is amazing, isn't it? That what the Lord gives to us. And because I'm totally 100% faith-based in who I am in the Lord Christ. And when he gives us things to help us heal, to help us learn to forgive, to walk in obedience, and we get to put that in a book and then help teach it to others and then give again in another way, it's just so impactful. And I'm excited beyond that you have invited me here to do just that. You know my heart, Lori, and my heart is always to give and to add value to other people in such a way that it changes their lives dramatically and just is really power packed. And that's just what I'm all about. And that's one of the things that is reflected in my book. My journey that started all this, I was 14 years old, and my English teacher, I confided in him about what was going on at the house, what was going on at home. And he goes, you know what, you really need to write a book about this. And light bulb, but I kind of tucked it away. And then in my early 20s, I started to write. Little did I know that that was going to be part of the healing process of what happened in my childhood. And so it literally took a 40-year journey to the month and year. It's not a lie. God is into timing perfectly and in the healing process. So 40 years from that month and year at age 14, which was 1980. So I just think I told my age here. But 40 years, month and year, that God launched this book, that him and I partnered together through all the healing, all the wisdom, understanding, and who it was I was going to be talking to through my book. It came to fruition. And meeting Lori was one of those key people in my life that was so pivotal for this to happen. It just happened at the proper time, the proper place. Even before I actually started to write, she's also encouraging me to do so. And that was what, about 3 years ago? Something like that. And so so I wrote the book. It's actually about a year ago this week. It was a year ago this week that book launched. And right before it happened, I remember in the challenge that Lori had developed. I think we were her first group in this particular this book or this journey. And get your book done now, or write your book. There was write your book now. It's something to that effect, and how we were her first group. And right before I'm getting ready to launch my book, I hear these words that you're not launching a book, the book is launching you. And little did I know what God had planned at that point. And so I wrote it, and within a week, it went into international bestseller, and I was just blown out of the water in such an amazing, profound way. Not just here, but in the UK. The UK there's a lot going on in the UK. And I'm like, wait a minute, I only know 1 or 2 people there. Lord, how'd you do that? But it was such a blessing to me. And so that helped me to step into something much bigger than I had ever thought or planned that this book would do. And now we're here today, that this book and other books on this day that Lori put together in Authors Give, this platform is another way for this book to be used in a very special way. So that's the journey and how it came here, and my heart in helping others to come to who they are in Christ, who they may not even realize who they are. And it's those people. It doesn't matter if it's a family member, if it's somebody across the world that I've never met. Those people, we all have identity in us that God placed there. And so many times things happen in our lives that will just shatter us, break us, hide the truth about who we are. And God placed it in my heart to help others learn their identity in Christ. And the privilege of getting to do that, there's no words. There are no words to this of how God can come in and teach you who you are in Christ, and the revelation they have when that happens. When I'm working with my clients and I see this aha moment in them, it's recognizable. And it's like, wait a minute, he loves me that much? Yes, he does. He did what for me? Yes, he did. And this is what it says about you and who you really truly are. And when that happens, it's just amazing. So that's why I love coaching people and mentoring them and leading the women's Bible study and being on the Holy Spirit Broadcasting Network, because all these different platforms gives enormity to what God is trying to say to people. This is who you are. Go tell people who they are in me. So that's my mission and why I joined today's platform to do this, so to give to others.
I love that.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
It's funny. I met Jackie. I'll give a little backstory. I was writing my first book, and I had a vision for what I wanted it to look like. And one of the things I really wanted, and realized that it probably wasn't a good idea later, but what I envisioned, and I still may use these beautiful butterfly paintings. In fact, now that I've done my first children's book, I have another idea that I could use these paintings. But I went to an art, a bunch of people who were artists, and I pled my case that I needed butterflies for my book that was called Create Butterfly Moments. And many people said that they would help me and paint butterflies, and Jackie was one of them. And so I went to Jackie's house to pick up this butterfly, and it was so adorable because she said, I never did a watercolor butterfly before, but I wanted to be a part of it. And as we sat on the couch that day, she said, I've been wanting to write a book too. And I said, well, you better do it then, because, if it's in your heart to do and you feel like it's a calling, you really need to do it. And I hope those words encouraged her. But I had this beautiful butterfly that she painted for me, or for my book, I should say. And it's so funny, now that I've done this little children's book, I thought I can use all of these butterflies like I had wanted to do, and I'll make them into like a quote book or some kind of something. So I've got to put my thinking cap on, because I do have all of the butterflies. They've all been photographed professionally. And so it would be easy for me to put them in a book now that I know how to do it myself. I don't have to rely on somebody else kind of following through on what I had envisioned. So I still have hope that I will get something done. And I'm going to put that on my list for 2023, I think, because it's just one of those things that was the vision I had, was to have this book with these beautiful butterflies in it.
Yes, and your vision helped to launch my vision, and that's just the power of God. It's just what happens a lot of times. Because when you take a candle and you put it to another candle that's not lit, it lights it. And then when you continue to do that in other people's lives and other organizations or communities that you give to, it takes that candle and it lights somebody else's. And it just keeps going. It's beautiful. So, yes.
That is really beautiful. Some of you may know that I lost a daughter in 1998. And from that point on, I was part of an organization called Compassionate Friends. I've been a leader in that group, and I've also been somebody that needed help in that group. And one of the things we do at Christmas time, in fact, it should be coming up soon, is we do just that same thing, that candle lighting ceremony. The purpose behind it is our child is the light, and where we share the flame. But what I always envision when we do that is we also are sharing hope through our story, because to me, that's, you know, I can try my hardest as a mom to keep my daughter's memory alive. But what she stood for is really important. But beyond that, giving hope to somebody helps so much more. That I do things in her name, in her honor. I've dedicated books to her and those kinds of things. But it's bigger than that. It's bigger than her. It's about helping people multiply your efforts. And that's what I see with Jackie, where Jackie has a message I don't have. I don't have her same shared experience. But if I help her with her message and she helps a bunch more people, then I'm multiplicating my efforts of encouragement, just like your example of the light. And so it's, to me, it's a bigger thing to help people with their message. It's more than just getting a book done. It's helping people through that book that tells a story that I don't have. I don't have that history. And my calling is a different calling. And so I love that you embrace the whole idea that you got your book done. Did I show it?
Yeah. There.
I had
a
book here, and I did put a link in the chat for people so that if you would like to get that. But would you share with us the nonprofit
Of
that
course.
you helped today? I'm so excited about it.
Yes, I would love to. So what the name of the nonprofit is called All Good Things Ministry. And it's a ministry that started here in my local area, in Hemet, California. And I met Christian and his wife, Sarah and Christian Tikas, at my church that I go to. And I met them through, so All Good Things is like the umbrella of their ministry, and then they have other things under them. And one of them is called Adopt-A-Block. And so I heard that they were doing outreach every Saturday for a few hours to go and just, initially the whole thing is just to pick up trash and share the love with God with the homeless. And that just, I'm like, wow, that's what I want to do. I want to touch lives. So I jumped in and started helping in that arena, but little did I know the flower that would just blossom from that. They go out there. That's one aspect. They go, and it's called Adopt-A-Block, and they go to an area. They pick up the trash, and people will come and start conversations with them, and then we'll meet people who are addicted, who are abused, who are broken down, the downtrodden, the downcast in our area, and talk to them. There's a better way. There's a better life, and here's someone who loves you and who's chasing after you. And we minister to them, and people come off the streets into rehab. Mothers with children, they get a home to live in. And the arms of this ministry that reach out is so widely known in our community that he has been awarded a lot of these different types of things from our community, from the Hemet, San Jacinto City Council areas. Because of just what his heart is and his vision. So your candle came to me and lit my candle, and then I met with them, and their candle came in with my candle, and that's what they're all about. They're all about bringing in the unity of the body of Christ and giving what God has given us and giving it out to those who are lost and dying in the world around us. So they're ministering to the homeless on the street. And then another one that they were I heard about was Care Portal. Now, Care Portal is a way of a communication between Child Protective Services and the churches and within the community. And so when there's a need through Child Protective Services, they let the church that has been united with them in this communication portal, what that need is for a family to either keep them from losing their children, reunify, or maintenance, what we call maintenance in Child Protective Services here. I heard about that, and they asked me, we know that you've been in your past, this has happened in your past, can you help us go minister to them? So it opened up another arm of their ministry that I learned about. And so I got to help out with, keeping a mom from losing her daughter. Profound, when I learned about that part of the ministry. Homelessness, there's so many resources that people are just not aware of. And by connecting with just one ministry, all these resources now come out because they've unified city council with the church, with CPS, with all, and the unity that comes together to help save these lives is just amazing to me. Another thing that we do there, and you're gonna hear me say we, because I'm actually a part of this organization in a deep family type of way, because we've just become family here. So their website, we're going to have posted in the chat here, but if you happen to miss that, it's called allgoodthingsministry.com, and their mission, let me see, where is their mission statement now? Let me go home. And their ministry is from 2 Thessalonians 1:11. And their mission here is our mission to pray for those called to the kingdom-minded work and empower all good things as the fruit of that faith. So all good things, according to the word of God, come together in unity. So they have an intercessors team. They have outreaches where they give food to the needy. They're called the hands and feet of Jesus, that go out and model to his disciples and how to serve in our community and be the church, not just do church. There's deliverance within their ministry, where resources are for today's tools for the living. I'm reading from their website as well. Resources are today's tools for living a life in freedom through Christ. And whether you're dealing with homelessness or addiction or abuse, poverty, or needing direction in life, we can access the resources locally to help you in your time of need. And that's what they do. They help discipleship. They help teach. They have, Christian has a men's ministry through this. And the men, it's called the Men of the Valley here locally. If you're here local, Christian Tikas has got a men's ministry in, oh goodness, it's in the Menifee area where I live. It's really close to where I live, and it's called Men of the Valley. They meet weekly for discipleship. There's men's conferences that are coming from this, and these are just two people that God says go do and unify. And this was done within the last 2 years. And so they're all about doing exactly where my heart is and helping others to learn who they are in Christ. And so through this ministry, I'm helping others to be mentored. Through this ministry, they're just touching the lives of so many people here locally. And that's why I chose this nonprofit to where all of my book sales for this week, every book sale, and I'm going to keep track of every book sale that happens this week, all the proceeds are going to go to this ministry. It's not about us, it's about what we can do for others.
I totally agree with you. And I love that it's a local ministry. I highly encourage people to reach out in the world if you run across something like Helping Hands. But I know sometimes people will say to me, well, that's great, Lori, but what do you do around your house, around your home? How do you help people? And I love local ministries as well. One of the things that I don't know if Jackie would maybe want to share this with other ministries that she's involved with, but as part of the John Maxwell team, he has a foundation, the John Maxwell Foundation, and it is separate and apart, although it's under an umbrella. But in that foundation, he has a program called I Choose. And I Choose is not a Christian curriculum, but it is a makes good sense curriculum. It does have a biblical basis in that what John Maxwell teaches everything he teaches has a biblical basis, whether or not he is sharing leadership principles or any other thing that he does. Everything has that root because that's who he is. And I Choose is no exception. It has it's a 16-week program for kids. And each week they learn another concept. So the very first week they learn about how the choices that they make will affect who they are and what they do. And I have to tell you, in leading I Choose programs, it has been life-changing for me. And I know that Jackie has a heart for kids as well, and with anything to do with John. So maybe we'll have to partner with something like that. But I just wanted to share briefly, and then I'll get back to more of what Jackie wants to say because we were a little bit early. I thought I would interject a little bit, but I was helping with the I Choose program at our local high school. And I remember that there was a small group of leaders from the high school, and there was probably 8 of us sitting at the table, and the girl that was sitting right next to me to my left, she really looked all disheveled, sort of like she got up on the bad side of the bed kind of thing. And the way that the round tables work, it's wonderful because each person shares. And so the concept is discussed and read, and then each concept, the kids, and we do this with adults in foreign countries too, but this is specifically for kids. So each kid has a chance to say something about it, you know, what their thoughts, whatever hits them. So it goes around a few times. And I also let the kids know that if you don't want to share, there's no harm at all. We'll just say pass and we go on to the next person, because sometimes people are shy, or sometimes they don't know what to say. And sometimes they don't really feel that the group can be trusted yet. And so we just go with the flow. So every time it went to the group discussion and went around the circle, she passed every time until the last time. And the last time it came to her, and all the kids had shared really powerful ideas about making good choices. And she shared that day that she said something like this, you know, in my home, my mom does not make good choices, and it's really affecting me and my siblings. And I learned today that how important that is. And I'm going to talk to my mom about the choices she's making, and maybe it'll help her make better choices. And I sat there that day thinking, wow, well, when she does say something, it's something to take note of. It just was powerful to me how she embraced that idea and was going to do something for her younger siblings. And I remember getting in my car that day. And, you know, I don't live in the most glamorous town. Some people think it's not all that good, but you know what? I know I came here for a reason. And I think that was the reason. I cried all the way home thinking about that little girl and what she must be going through. And I was so excited that she took the challenge to not only make better choices herself, but to let her mom know that, hey, this isn't okay with me. What choices you're making are affecting our family. And I thought it was just so amazing. And I didn't plan to talk about I Choose today, but if anybody happens to know a group of kids that meet, I would love to train somebody to take that curriculum and run with it. It is a wonderful curriculum that really is impactful. And I have loved helping kids in my community with that. It really means a lot. So, Jackie, what other kinds of things do you do? And thank you for supporting All Good Things Ministry. I did put a link in the chat about that. Thank you for supporting them and doing good things through them. It's so important that we really help wherever I think we're called to help and however we're called.
Yes. So what I do is really multifaceted, and I remember when I was talking with Lori, that launch of my book and how that's launching me.
I'm sorry. My Zoom went crazy all of a sudden. So I apologize. Let me get organized here. I had it all set up, and thank you for others that are joining us. I really appreciate you joining us today. This is, I'll just say a quick announcement in case it's starting over again. I don't know what happened, but I do want people to know that this is Authors Give. And I reached out to some of the authors in my life and asked them if they would like to share about their books and also about the nonprofit that they're going to support with the proceeds of their book. And so today is so exciting, and I love that we're able to do this. And I'm running a little bit over time, but I did want Jackie to have an opportunity to share anything else that was from her heart. And then we're going to move on to Donna, who's here as well.
Yes. So thank you so much again, Laurie. The things that I do, I'm building skill set to impact other people's lives more profoundly, and that's through the John Maxwell leadership team, where I have stepped into something that's really beautiful and helping and adding value, and that's being a coach. Coaching people is a profound way to help them learn that they have what they need already in them to move forward in life. It's not a place where I teach them or disciple them. It's asking these questions in their life that help them understand, wait a minute, I already have that. And it helps them to become leaders. And so one of the things I do is help develop leaders. Where I'm going, I help develop leaders in the body of Christ. And so one of those ways is to be that coach for other people. And I'll have it later. I don't have it right now, but I have a link to my website through the John Maxwell team that you can get more information on that as well. But the Holy Spirit Broadcasting Network is just profound. There's so many broadcasters there, and what I'm doing there is I'm preaching the Word of God, teaching others so many vast things that the Lord has to help others realize who they are in Christ, and that is broadcasted to almost 200 nations in the world. This broadcasting network has only been around like 7 years. But yet it started out from a recording instrument in his hand and is now went global. And so I get the honor and privilege, and I am on their TV broadcasting show. My time slot is every Thursday at 10 a.m. to about 10:30. And sometimes I run a little bit late, but everything's in God's timing. But you can catch me there at the Holy Spirit Broadcasting Network.tv is the website. You can find me there, as well as many other broadcasters as well. It's also on YouTube under the same name, HSBN.TV on YouTube as well. If you have Fire Stick, if you have Roku, there's a channel on Roku. There's wherever you hear podcasts, we're on there. And I'm also on a radio station in the UK. That was just, wow, that was something that just came from the Lord. And I'm broadcasting there about once a month, and we're trying to improve and be there about once a week on the Thelnet, THELNET.com radio. They're redoing their website, but if you want to get in contact with me in regards to that, if you're in the UK and you want to hear that radio broadcast from there, I'll have you contact me through Messenger. I'll be more than happy to give you more information about that as well. I'm in the process of starting to write another book. The title is called But God. I wanted it to get done by the end of this year, but that didn't happen, and that's okay. So I'm working on that. And I also go to Dwelling Place City Church. if any of you are looking for a body of Christ, of believers that can help you launch you into who you are, build you up, help with freedom, delivery, everything like that, this church is an amazing place to connect with. And it's called the Dwelling Place City Church, and it's here local in Hemet, California. And they have a website with the same name that you can get in contact with them as well. I run a Bible study every Monday there at noon, from noon to about 1:30. So you're welcome to join me there locally as well. So yeah, that's what I do.
That's great. Thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you for being a part of this. And just thank you for being a friend. I really appreciate
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
So we're going to move to Donna. And Donna is such a sweetheart. I remember meeting Donna at an event that I was speaking at, and she came up and she said, I don't know why, but I feel like I need to know you and do something with you. And she joined a challenge that I was doing. And out of that, she shared with me her passion, which is really to spread kindness. Don't you think we need more people like Donna to spread kindness? So Donna, would you share a little bit? And I'm sorry for making crunkly sounds, but I have a little package here that is Donna's coloring book that she made that is to spread kindness. And you can give this as a gift. It's just a wonderful gift. It's a wonderful tool to use to think about kindness, to just feel better. When we're being kind to one another, we feel better about ourselves. And Donna is a retired special education teacher turned entrepreneur who loves to spread kindness. And she supports people leading healthier lives naturally, because when you have more energy and you feel better, you spread kindness more frequently. And isn't that the truth? And she always says, kindness, it costs nothing, but it means everything, and it increases our well-being. So she does what she does in a couple of ways. She obviously has the coloring book, but she also works with doTERRA oils. So if you're an essential oil lover like I am, you might want to get a hold of her about that. She advocates and educates with the essential oils. And also she's an affiliate with Send Out Cards, which is a great organization that helps you keep in touch with people in a tangible way, because the cards come in the mail and they're always so sweet and a wonderful gift. And I have to say, Send Out Cards has the best brownies ever. If you've never had a Send Out card brownie, you are missing something good. So Donna, why don't you share a little bit about who you are, why you have a coloring book, and how you spread kindness?
Thank you. That was a great introduction. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My kindness project sort of came out of working with Lori as a coach. I have the two businesses, the doTERRA and the Send Out Cards, and I just realized that I needed something more. And so after working with Lori, I started the Kindness Project, because I just felt like, especially in this world right now, we need more kindness. And so I started the project, and it's basically what I've learned is, as we see other people being kind, it makes us want to be kind as well. So I have challenges on my website and on my Facebook page. And then I decided to take it another step when I feel I kind of like put the cart before the horse a lot, because I'm just kind of listening to hear what I'm supposed to do through God. And he has, just kind of put people in my path to help me with that. So I was up in Pasadena, where I used to live, up in the Burbank area. And I was at a friend's coffee shop who I used to teach with. And she said, oh, Donna, she said, I just met this artist and he does women's coloring books. And I thought, wow, maybe I'm supposed to do a kindness coloring book. 10 minutes later, the gentleman walked through the door And she introduced us. We sat for 45 minutes and he said, I want to do this kindness project with you. So with his help, Lori's help, and many others, we put together this really beautiful coloring book that has great pictures that he drew, and each page has a quote about kindness. The first several pages are the fruit of the spirit, and there are ideas of how to be kind to yourself, to others, and to the world. I've learned that coloring is a great way to help alleviate stress and anxiety. And again, when we feel better, then we are more apt to be kind. So it's a coloring book, it's a journal, so that you can reflect on how you are kind and what you can do to feel better and to spread more kindness. The sale of each coloring book journal, a donation is given to nonprofit organizations that help victims and survivors of domestic violence and efforts to end human trafficking. And I have 3 that I support so far. People who purchase my book online, they can tell me which organization they want to give to. So I guess I'll just tell you a little bit about each one. Healing Hands, they are through doTERRA, where every penny donated supports those in need. One of their action plans is to end modern slavery. It is estimated that 40.3 million women, children, and men are trafficked, forced, or manipulated into service for work or prostitution. So every penny donated supports those in need and empowers positive change around the world. I learned about them when I started doTERRA. I did not realize that human trafficking was happening here in our country. It's in our backyard. So I wanted to get behind that. And then up in Pasadena, I support Shepherd's Door, which is a domestic violence resource center. It's a nonprofit that's been established in March 2000. They have a passion to serve victims and survivors of domestic violence. They help people regain control of their lives. I picked the nonviolent, the domestic violence as well, because we've had a family experience that has kind of shaken us. And I want to help others so that if they're experiencing it, they have the support that they need. Down here in North County, San Diego, I also support North County Lifeline. It is a human service nonprofit organization. They provide clinically strong and evidence-based programs that focus on both domestic violence intervention and the human trafficking victim and survivor services, as well as other areas as well. So those are the 3 that I support at this time. I am open to going to giving to other organizations, but they do have to, I feel for this particular project, be in alignment with domestic violence and or human trafficking. So.
I love that. I love your heart, Donna. And I really love that that is your focus. And I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about the Alabaster Jar Project, but what I think I would really like to do is, I'd like to talk to you about this, kind of offline, but because I support Alabaster Jar and they're in North County as well, they help girls coming, or mostly girls, a few guys coming out of sex trafficking, and they provide a safe haven, clothes, help them get on their feet and get jobs and get reacclimated into good ways of just getting back into society. I want to see what I can do and see how many girls they have right now and donate your coloring book to that organization. So let's talk about that. Don't let me forget that it's in my heart to do that. I think I would really like to support that. And I know that they would benefit from the coloring book because I love to color. And so it is a good stress reliever for me too. So I love what you're doing. And I also feel like I could support you that way, but also support them. So that's kind of just what's coming to my mind right at the moment. I'd like to do that.
Thank you. That's so sweet and very kind of you as well. I really appreciate that. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to come on and today and to talk about my passion. So thank you.
Wonderful. And they can get your book on your website. Is that right?
Yes. Do you want me to put that in I have all the links. I can put them here in both Facebook and here with you.
If you put them in the chat on Zoom, it should feed into the Restream. I did already post your Anoint for Wellness website and your link tree, but I'd be happy to put any other links in there that will support those organizations that you care about, because that's what today was about. I know we started off with a bang with Hastings, and I did that intentionally because it was so late for him. I didn't want him to be up all night, but I really wanted people to get to know him and to be able to support him at some point if you choose to, because today is about awareness. It's about awareness for the authors and their books, but it's also about these nonprofits because today is Giving Tuesday. So I thought it could be a great way to help people get the word out about their books, but also to support nonprofits. Kind of seemed like a 2-for-1 kind of an opportunity. So let's see, I did put that there, and I'm making sure that I will make sure that I get all these links put in the chat on the Restream, and they should then go to both YouTube and Facebook, 2 different pages in Facebook that I have. Who knew I had all these pages? Tell you the truth, I get really confused with some of this stuff. And it's like, how did I end up with all these pages? I don't know, but hey, I'm trying to use them the best I can to help people. And sometimes I just kind of wonder how these things happen. But hey, I'm doing the best I can with what I have. And I sometimes mess it up, to tell you the truth, but I try really hard not to, because I feel like
amazing.
well, it's a joy to have you all here, and thank you. I know that Galena is our next speaker. Did you have anything else, Donna, that you would like to share today before we go on to hear about this wonderful book that Galena has written and her nonprofit that she would like to support?
The only thing is to just be kind. You know, it doesn't have to be anything expensive. Sometimes just a smile is all someone needs. So just spread kindness wherever you can, and find me on my website to join my free challenges if you'd like. And you could win a brownie or doTERRA oils.
Wonderful. Oh, I love that.
So much.
I have to run. I wanted to say thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for being here and for this opportunity. I love you guys all. I'm so inspired. I'm going to go order all those books and connect with everybody. And if you want to send me the links, I'll make a big post. I have a couple good sized followings, so I'll make sure everybody gets seen, and I'll do something for everybody. Thank you guys so much. God bless.
We appreciate and love you too. And thank you for joining us today as long as you could. I appreciate you. Take care. Well, we have our next guest who has a relatively new book out, and I apologize for not having a copy of it yet, but I will get a copy as soon as I can. And Galena Cherney, is that how you say your name? I want to make sure, because you're new to me, I want to make sure that I'm honoring your name and you. The book's name is The Last Train to Freedom. And Galena was born and raised in the capital of the Soviet Ukraine. And I would imagine that you could tell us some stories about the Ukraine, especially now with so much going on. it's just like a horror of I don't know what life would be like in a war zone like that. And I've met a few people who've come here from there recently, and their stories are heartbreaking. And I'm sorry to take that side trip, but I just want to honor you and your story. And you immigrated in 1979 to the United States as a Jewish refugee with your husband and 3-year-old son. You were 26 at the time, and wow, I would imagine that would take a lot of courage. I can't imagine what it would be like to just leave what you know and come to a completely new country. And whew, that's a story I can't wait to read about. I know that by your bio, you began your professional journey in Los Angeles, where you settled down with your family when you got here. Starting as a simple clerk in a very limited English proficiency. See, I'm not proficient in English. She later became a computer programmer and ultimately ascended to technology executive leadership, and later became a transformational leadership coach, which I love that. Coaching's my thing. I love coaching, and I love coaches who help other people. And through that, you founded your own boutique firm, which is incredible. So I guess the United States is one of those places where the sky's the limit, and you can do and come here to and be welcomed to live your best life. And I love that I am here and can welcome people like you from other countries. And the name of your firm is the Cherney Group. So you graciously love to host and bring people together in your home in Encino, and that's where you live with your husband, John. And you guys like to travel and go dancing. And in Southern California, it's a good thing you live here because the outdoors is your passion, and there's a lot to do outdoors here. And the weather is normally pretty darn good. You love spending time with your 2 sons and their families, and together they have 4 grandchildren. And I know grandchildren are the cherry on top of life. They just make us rock, don't they? And they are your light, which is beautiful. I love that. You are a passionate storyteller whose childhood dream of becoming a writer materialized when you wrote your memoir. And I think it's going to be fantastic to read your book. It's called The Last Train to Freedom, and I apologize for not having a copy. So why don't you tell us about yourself and about your book from your own words?
Thank you, Lori, for the introduction. And I just want to also thank you for including me in this panel and allowing me to hear and see these magnificent people with just beautiful, beautiful lives and agendas and the things that they're doing. It was mind-boggling in many ways to once again see how each person in a relatively small group can create such an impact worldwide is just amazing. You and I have had a couple of chats, and you have been gracious with the information you shared and just being very supportive of my work. So I really, really appreciate that. And my book came out last week. Last Train to Freedom, the book about my young Jewish family that escaped the Soviet Union. So when we say immigrated, it, and I often say that as well, that we immigrated from the Soviet Union, but it really was escaping in so many ways, because the number of hurdles and the number of obstacles that one had to overcome, and the denials and all of that before they were allowed to leave. We fled through Eastern Europe, through 3 European countries. It took us 2 months to make our way to America. So a lot of it is in the book. It's a story of survival. It's my love story, and it also a story of gratitude. So just like in this group of people, where I think I'm the only Jew in the group, I feel welcome, and I feel that my story is welcomed here as well, and that people are interested in me, and not necessarily the differences in our religious backgrounds. And this is what, to me, America is all about. You don't see that in other parts of the world. You don't see that in other countries. You are judged by your background, your religion, your color, your what have you. But what the gratitude that I have for this country stems from the fact that working hard, going through obstacles, and making your life you want it to be is possible only here. And so this is sort of I think, the message of my book. This is the core of my book. And as I was writing it, February 24th, 2022 happened, when Putin invaded Ukraine. And my effort kind of amplified. I wanted to finish the book, and I also wanted to understand what was happening in that part of the world. The Russians and Ukrainians, we used to be called the brothers countries and the brothers regions, because it was very common. Ukrainians married Russians. There was no difference in food. I was joking at the beginning that, man, we wouldn't swear in the same language, use the same swear words. So what's that about this division and this horrific war? And we all know the current events and what's been happening. And so as I was thinking about what to talk about today, and listening to some of the priors people are presenting, what came to mind is, once again, that everybody spoke about how one person can make a difference. And so with that, I thought of the man that I met in the spring, sort of at the beginning of the war, and his effort. His name is David Caspino. He is kind of the neighbor. He's a family man, former military doctor. He made it his mission at the beginning of the war to do whatever he could to help rescue refugees from Ukraine. He has now completed 4 missions. His first mission was kind of scrambling a little bit because he didn't know what was needed. Everybody who came to know him just offered whatever financial help, whatever items that he thought might be needed. And then through his missions, he was getting more organized, got connected with pharmaceuticals, had lists on Amazon about the things that he needs to take with him. And it was just one person telling another of, here is a link, this is what he needs. He lives, this is his address if you want to just go bring things to him. On his third mission, he got injured by a bomb that blew up nearby. So he basically went to Poland, and then from there built connections, and they went to Ukraine, to Kiev, rescue children from orphanages, rescued young girls, and prevented them from being subjects of sex trafficking in Poland, which kind of became a thing during this war effort. And so I wanted to highlight him And in my small way, the proceeds of my sales from these discussions and conversations will go to his next mission and into to helping whatever he's doing. Obviously, the helping Ukrainian refugees and what's going on in Ukraine became a big deal now. And the president's website, President Zelensky's website, has all ways in which Americans and others can help. But I specifically wanted to talk about David because he then tells the stories of people he helped and the kids that he pulled out of Kiev and the girls that he hid so that they won't be subjected to sex trafficking. So that kind of became an impromptu decision as I was listening to others. And so I decided to highlight that today.
I love that. In fact, it's so strange to me how things kind of synchronize or, kind of without intent. And I'm grateful that you are here. I have friends of many faiths and I just love people. I don't want my life to be one that people would say, oh, she only helped some people. I believe that your message matters. And even if your faith isn't exactly the same as mine, I still feel that love leads the way. And that is truly from my heart. But what's so interesting to me is David that you mentioned is reminding me of I think it was on Netflix recently, just like, I want to say Sunday evening, I watched a movie called, it was a documentary called Nikki's Family. And it was a man in World War II who was going to take a skiing trip. He was a successful stockbroker, was going to take a skiing trip. And his friend said, I can't go with you to the skiing trip because something's happening with these children who they need a home because Hitler was coming through Europe, and as we all know what happened, but Nikki was responsible for rescuing over 600 kids out of harm's way. You'll have to watch the whole program, get the whole idea of what he did, but not to spoil the ending, but I kind of am. I was crying, sobbing almost by the end of that program because I think it was for his 100th birthday. They had a celebration for him, and he was a very unassuming person. He had a task at hand. He took care of these kids. He didn't follow up or anything. He just wanted to help in the moment. Did the job, and that was kind of the end of it until people started looking for him. And at the very end, they showed all of these people who were like not the people necessarily that had just been rescued, these children rescued from their families, who most of which didn't have a family after that because they were killed. But their families and their families' families. And there were this whole amazing group of people. I forgot how many, but like hundreds and hundreds of people.
I saw that. It was overwhelming to watch. I saw that because
Did you?
Yeah, when we think of the 6 million Jews that ended up, murdered during Holocaust, we don't think about generations of people that did not get born, right? So this is 6 million multiply 10 times with mothers and fathers and children and grandchildren and cousins and uncles. And it's just the human impact. But here, what we see is the opposite, right? He saved a group of kids and they blossomed into generations of people. Yes, as you were describing that scene, You didn't spoil it for me. Yeah, I cried at it too.
Oh, wow. It was, if you haven't seen it, it's called, I think, Nikki's Family. And it is well worth your time. It's such a amazing story. And well, you're right. We don't think of all the families that would have been here because of that mass murder. Really, there's no other way to say it. And how can something like that happen? It's scary to me to think that it's still happening today, that people are persecuted for their beliefs, for the color of their skin, for wow, it blows my mind to think of so much that has happened in the world that is ugly, if you will. I don't know how else to say it, but it was heartwarming to see a positive story and what one person can do. And when we were talking about one light lights another light, that was the visual of that end of that movie, where his one light of that calling that he felt. And I don't believe that he was a religious man at all. As far as I know, it didn't really say anything like that in that movie that I recall hearing, but his one light lit a bunch of people who lit a bunch of people. And you're right, Donna, one person can make a difference. We think that we don't, but you truly can. So I don't want to spoil your book for anyone, but maybe you could share a little bit about your book with us, a little bit more about maybe some of the exciting things that happened or scary things that happened, kind of a hook, if you will, to get people to read your story.
Okay, all right. So I begin my story, during the time when our last day in Kiev. Kiev is my hometown, my family's hometown. So my parents, grandparents, originally came from Chernobyl, which also became famous by the atomic explosion. And then when Jews were allowed to live in large cities, they all moved to Kiev. So essentially, the family is from Kiev. The life of Jews in the Soviet Union was interesting from my perspective now, but when in it, like, you don't know what you don't know. You think that this is the life and this is how you live, and you just get through the day. And if you're not accepted to college, you try to go to work. And if you're not accepted, not given a job, you try to go do something else. It was a discrimination that didn't have a face. Mm. It's not that somebody was standing, on a podium and telling us how we hate Jews. It was every day in every part of your life where you saw the signs and the things, and you just thought that's life. Like, we're not allowed to celebrate Jewish holidays. You would admit to anybody you're a Jew unless you were pinned down and somebody asked. You had to identify as a Jew from your birth certificate. So if you imagine a baby is born and the birth certificate, their fifth line, that I don't know if some people may hear about what the fifth paragraph. In that paragraph, you're identified as a Jew, a newborn baby. So that label carries itself through your school, through your education, through your life. You are labeled. So you didn't wear a yellow star, wasn't visible, but everywhere you went, you had to have your passport with you, you have to have your birth certificate with you, and you were labeled a Jew. So essentially, that yellow star was inside your birth certificate. So you live in a life of that it's interesting to even explaining this. Sometimes I lose words, because when you don't live in a life of that nature, it's very difficult to comprehend. A teacher at school, as another example, is giving me a grade that was a top grade in class. When I actually see this grade on paper, it was a lower grade than what he told me. When I questioned him in front of the entire class, he looked at me and said, "What do you care if you get an A? You're not going to be able to get into college anyway."
Wow.
In front of 35 of my classmates who all just sat there, right? And so those are the things. It wasn't a government, it wasn't, but every person you came across gave you an indication that there is something terrible about being a Jew. So, and if you don't want the Jews in your country, the question that I would raise is, if I want to leave, let me go. They wouldn't let us go. So there was a lot of struggle to actually figure out how to leave. And it became a little bit more open in the late 70s when we were able to leave the Soviet Union. So crossing the border, and I think, when you look at the cover, my son designed the cover, he's a graphic designer, but the barbed wires, right, kind of remind you of concentration camp. But the feeling, we went on a train through the border that was barbed wired. So truly it felt like we left a concentration camp, right? And then so I'll skip the parts when I tell a story about how we traveled through Vienna and Rome, and finally made our way to the United States, landed in Los Angeles, and it's like, now what do we do? This is a place where nobody tells you what to do. So Joanne pointed out, I think in her story, a little bit of what that felt like. Where do I go to work? What do I do? How do I figure out how to learn the language, and on and on and on. But what I came across first was this undeniable support from the Americans. You say hello to people and they would say, "Oh my God, your English is impeccable." I'm like, my father would die if he heard me. I used to call him the language police, because he was so eloquent in the way he spoke. If he heard me speak English, my first months here, he would probably die again. But that's what people will tell you, right? And, "Oh, it's wonderful. Your English is phenomenal. You hardly have any accent." And so, but that's what we heard throughout sort of the years where it really, really mattered. Getting our first jobs, living on $3 an hour, and all that good stuff that every immigrant goes through when they come to this country. And then the sky is the limit. Once you see that, it's like, complaining. When I hear people complain about, and I may be overstepping here, but the certain inequities or certain unfairness and certain things that they come across, I always want to say, life is tough. It's rarely fair. It rarely gives you what you want. All you can do, take one step after another and just go after what you want. And if that's not there, go after something else. And this is the only country when it happens where you can actually do that. So a lot of these feelings and thoughts are in my book. And at the end, of course, I had to add a chapter about Ukraine and how I felt about that and what's going on now. I always have also have a chapter about I don't know if it's a rise of anti-Semitism, but some of the sparks of that I'm observing. And so essentially, who's this book for? In my mind, this book is for the kids and grandkids and great grandkids of those who ever came from America from anywhere, because our stories are so similar, the struggles, the support and the love and all of that. I also feel that people who've never heard of that part of the world and what is Ukraine, nobody knew about Ukraine, you know, a year ago. Those are the people, and this is what I hear from the readers too, that, oh my God, I had no idea. I had no idea that these are the events. I had no idea that this is what it took for a family to leave the Soviet Union. So I think it has a broad spectrum of readership, those who are interested in history, although this is not a history book, but there is a lot about how my family was impacted by the events of the war and the anti-Semitism throughout sort of my grandparents and my parents' life as well.
That's
Yeah, stop me, because I really have my soul in this book, so I can talk about it forever.
Of course, I get it.
Thank you so much. Stream to freedom.
I love it. And I did put a link in our chat, so it should go to Facebook. And do you need to leave, Donna? Thank you for being here. God bless you.
I do. Thank you. So fascinating, Galina. So nice to meet everybody. Thank you for this opportunity.
Nice
Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
We'll make sure that all of the books are posted at the end as well, so everybody has the opportunity to share what they care about. And so grateful that you're here. My first marriage, my sister-in-law's husband was he was one of 3 children, and he was the only one that was born in the United States. His parents immigrated from Russia when he was a little boy. He's now gone, but they were lovely people. In fact, we called them Baba and Jetta. And Baba and Jetta were wonderful people and shared some of their favorite foods with us. And one of the things that they used to make at holidays and bring for like Easter, or Christmas, or family birthdays and things were pierogies.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, you haven't lived until you had had one of those pierogies. And oh gosh, and Michael, my brother-in-law, had such an incredible sense of humor. And he's gone now, I think I said that, but what an amazing man he was. And his family were our family, just beautiful people, just incredible, beautiful people with such great values and amazing. I've actually known a few people from that area of the world that have impacted my life. And so I'm really glad that you wrote your book, and I'm glad that we can highlight it today. I did put a link to your book in Amazon. And if you will put the person's name that you wanted to support, I'll make sure that we get information in our live stream about that as well. Because if anybody has seen Nikki's Family, they will want to help do Nikki's Family today, a current Nikki's Family, because Nikki's Family was history, of course, from World War II. But it sounds to me like David is doing this now. And that's a beautiful thing. If we can help, in our lifetime, if we can help a few people really do something good and wise and honorable, I think it makes our life more meaningful and more fulfilling. For me, it just makes life more fulfilling when I can help anywhere. And in fact, the whole idea of helping kids from sex trafficking was a part of one of the challenges I did. It was actually not this past summer, but the summer before. I had found out about the Alabaster Jar Project, and I thought, I want to help them. And the way it all came about was just so beautiful. And my granddaughter came to stay with me right after that challenge. And she wanted me to do all these different things with her. And I said, I'll do all of the things on your list, but you have to do one thing on my list. And she says, okay, Grammy. And she doesn't like to travel in the car very far. And I said, it's not that far. It won't take long, and we'll have lunch and we'll go to the butterfly place. And I really built it up because I didn't want her to say no, she didn't want to go. And I think it was about an hour away. And like I say, she really doesn't like to drive in the car too much. So anyway, we go to the Alabaster Jar Project and saw all the wonderful things. And I had my little tiny check. You know, when people give donations, it's this usually a big old giant check. Well, I didn't have anything like that. I just had my little check. But I said, honey, would you take a picture? Because I wanted to post it on Facebook so people would see that I actually did what I said I was going to do. And that morning, it was so cute because we were having breakfast, and my granddaughter said, Grammy, are you famous? And I said, no, I'm not famous. And she said, but I think you're famous. And I said, well, why do you think I'm famous? She goes, because Grammy, I Googled you.
Oh, sweet.
I know. So that's how we left the morning to go on this little errand, if you will. So we did the donation, and she was all excited to meet these people there and to see all the good things they were doing. And as we were leaving that day, she said, you know, Grammy, that's why you're famous, is because you do good things for people. And for me, that was the most just encouraging thing that could have happened. And it wasn't really planned out in the way you might think, but it just worked out. And I thought, if I can impress upon my granddaughter how beautiful it is to help others, then I've done something good. And that's, I think, my hope with doing something like this today, is to highlight authors, because I know authors tend to be givers. And especially, you know, those that have told stories like Joan's story. She came to this country with her little boy and $50 and, you know, hoped for a better life. She was being persecuted in her country. And I don't know what that would feel like. I have no idea what that would feel like. I can't even wrap my head around it, because I've never felt like my life was, you know, at stake, you know, or threatened in that way. And so to be able to help an author tell their story and be able to make an impact like that, it just means a lot to me. And even if I haven't helped you write your book, to me, that I love helping people, don't get me wrong. But just being able to highlight people's stories, because I know they're amazing. It's stories that I can't tell because that's not my story. So I love that we can have you here today. Both of you are on live right now. And I love that. And I feel a little nervous at the moment because Clarence should be popping on to tell about his books. And I'm not seeing him, and I hope nothing went wrong, but hopefully he'll pop on in a minute. And if not, we'll just keep talking about what we're passionate about and helping others, because that's, you know, just something so important. So what I can do, though, is encourage people to get Joan's book, The Run for Freedom. I do have it. Wait a minute. I do have it right here. This one right here, Joan talked about it earlier, and I'm going to post a link again in the chat or in the live stream for Joan's book, which also is a book of coming to United States, having been persecuted in her own country from Jamaica. And she does wonderful, beautiful things here to help people. She just recently had, maybe I'll let you tell about that a little bit as we're waiting for Clarence. Maybe something came up, and I hope I didn't do something that I don't see him trying to get into the Zoom. So we'll chat for a while longer while we're waiting for him. And hopefully he'll pop in whenever he does. We'll acknowledge him. But Joan, maybe you might like to share a little bit more also about why you had to come and run for your freedom.
It was interesting. Last train for freedom. You know, I said, well, we have something in common, and that makes us stronger. And today, if we can touch your life, if we can show you that you can have an obstacle and you can jump over that obstacle. In my book, I write that life throws you cactuses, don't sit on it. You have to use your mindset and bring yourself up and not sit there and expect to have any pity, because you alone will be wallowing in your pity party. Nobody's going to join in. They're not going to join. Well, why I wrote my story is my neighbors, I told them I was going to leave this book as a legacy for my grandchildren, because what they now enjoy, it was sacrifice. I had to leave my country because I was threatened. I didn't know who did it, but having got the warning, and in 1977, when it was such a turmoil going on, a lot of business people were losing their lives. Those days, I know that I met a woman, they threw acid in her face and all they got was $30. So I decided that I would just leave. I urge everyone to get an education, because when you have skills and education, then you can go anywhere and make a life for yourself. And if you serve, that is probably the best thing you can do, because it's a win-win situation for both sides. Every time I see someone who has been impacted by what I may say or read, I feel so good. You know, my dopamine levels just get really high, and I feel honored that I can be in a country where I'm free to speak and impact someone else. I just recently got a humanitarian doctorate degree, and that was something that was unexpected. It's not a PhD, and it's just because I serve in my community. And at first I didn't want to put that anywhere, but I think for all that I've sacrificed, all that I continue to do and will continue, then why not? Why not? I am going to just let you into a little story. Today, I should not be on this call. Today, I was slated to be in London. I had everything ready to go. I was to speak on December 6th on change, how changing your thoughts, your words, and your actions, inevitably, it will change your world. And I went to the airport yesterday. I gave in my Jamaican passport. I gave them my permanent residence for the United States and thought that that would be okay to get to London. Well, I got a rude awakening. The United Kingdom wants a Jamaican passport holder to show that they have a visa. So I looked it up today and realized it takes about 6 weeks to get a visa. And if there's anything that's quicker, then you have to, pay some money for it. I didn't mind if I'd known, because I had my ticket booked from July. The airport, everybody that was there saw me, they were so disappointed from me. Yes, it was disappointing. But what did I do? I was coming up the 15 freeway. I called Lori and I said, I won't be there. Lori has given me this opportunity. So here I am reaching the world again. It doesn't stop you. When one door closes, another door opens. And if another door doesn't open, a little window opens that gives you the opportunity to breathe again. So here I am with you guys. And I'm hoping that you will use my story to catapult yourself to another level. Don't sit there and wallow. There's so many opportunities that you can reach, even one person. If you can impact one person, then you would have done your job. You will feel good about yourself just by changing someone else's thought. Change happens all the time.
You know, it's so funny. Yesterday, I was thinking about so many of you traveling to the UK and what a special honor it is, and to be able to go to London and all of those things. I was just like, wow, this is just amazing. I want to wish all of the people that I know well, I want to wish them, you know, something. And what came to my mind was to take it all in and really just embrace the moment. And when I got your text back, I was like, I mean, like, it almost made me cry, because I thought, of all people that deserve a beautiful award like that, and that deserves to be honored, and it is a lovely honor. And to take a trip like that, I thought, wow, that's just, and then to have it kind of like not happen, it just made me feel horrible for you.
But Lori, there is a reason. God always protects you from something.
Sure.
I don't know what it is. And if he was not protecting me from something, then he has allowed this opportunity for me to be here, to share how you can have a life after having a lot of obstacles if you only are persistent in your goals. Keep at it. Consistency, persistence, like that in my book, pays off. And keep your eyes focused on your goals. And don't let anybody tell you what.
Yeah.
If she got an A, she wouldn't still, it wouldn't matter. They told me at school I would not be good at English. I said, fine. I tried my best. I learned more of the grammar that I could by getting someone to teach me. And now I write a book. I have another one coming up. And not just write the book, but get international bestseller. Oh, thank you, Lori Rupp, for that.
Well, you're welcome. And it was such an honor to be a part of it for me, because I wanted you to tell your story. And of course, you know, we're friends. You know, I wanted to be a part of it, and I'm really grateful that I was. And I remember that morning when we connected after I saw that it had gone international bestselling, and you were so cute, because when you came to me, you wanted to leave that legacy for your grandkids. And I think when you get to a certain age in life, you think, what am I going to leave behind? They need to know the story, right? They need to know. Was sort of the impetus. I joke about it, but it was sort of the impetus of my first book, that I thought, well, if Grammy gets hit by a bus, I want my grandkids to know what was part of my heart, you know, what I stood for, what I stood against, you know, all of those things. And I really wanted to, you know, leave something behind. And so I really shared that same thought, that I want to leave something for my grandkids to know what made me tick. And I loved it. I loved the journey. I love that so many things are happening for you. I watch kind of on the back burner or behind the scenes a lot, but I see what's going on. And I think it's a wonderful thing when wonderful things happen for people. And I know, you know, when one door closes, another opens. I've been disappointed in life, and then looked back and thought, well, you know, though, if that, like, for example, not being able to go to Malawi. That was very, That was very disappointing. I'll have to say, I had saved money for that trip and it meant a lot to me to go, but that door closed. But when I think about it, I would rather share a trip like that with my granddaughters. So maybe it was a good thing that I didn't go then, because now that my oldest granddaughter is an adult and I have another friend that really wants to go, that is a special person in my life, and she wants to take her kids, and I'm thinking, wow, this could be a really fun trip if we all go together. It will be a different trip, but it'll be a meaningful trip. And so when I get ready to go, I'm sure the doors will open and the timing will be right. And I would love to be able to hug Hastings and tell him how much he means to me. I really had hoped at one point to touch what I called the butterfly house, which was the learning center that we built there that got destroyed in I think it was last year, maybe it was this year, but it's no longer there. They're going to rebuild it. The blocks were still there. They could rebuild it, but it was devastating. When I saw that too, I was like, oh my goodness, now it's gone and I didn't even get to touch it like I wanted.
It's going to be a bigger butterfly house now.
Exactly. That's, that's really all we can hope for. So I'm good with it. I'm good with whatever happens, because you're right. When one door closes, another opens, and you never know what kind of blessings are behind the door for you. I'm sorry for looking at my phone. I was trying to figure out what happened to Clarence. He was supposed to be our speaker for 2:30 to 3. Oh, he's saying it says I'm in an, okay, let me make sure that I get him the link. For some reason, I don't understand why the link wasn't working. He's saying he has to reschedule an appointment. So I'm not really sure what happened, and I feel really bad about it. So what I thought I might do is, Galena, would you maybe want to share another little part of your story, or maybe even after you got here to the United States, some of the challenges you had and how you overcame them? And if you don't mind, I'm going to be listening, but I need to take a necessity break and I need to get a hold of Clarence very quickly. So if you wouldn't mind, if it wouldn't make you feel terrible.
No, yes, I have a story in mind. So
okay, I'm going to be listening because I love these stories a lot. It's so funny because people ask me why I help people with the books, and I really believe that your message matters. And when I looked back at my life when I was a little girl, I always sat at the adult table for family reunions or get-togethers, or even when my parents entertained people in our home, I wanted to listen to all the adult stories. I don't even know why I loved that so much, but it's funny how these little snippets from your life lead to something that you never thought you would do. I had learning difficulties as a kid. They didn't call it anything back then other than maybe you needed some help. They didn't have names for stuff like that back then. And so it always made me think, kind of that I was less than, and thank God for computers and spell check and all those tools that we have today that help us do things. But I would love to hear another story from you, and I will take care of a little bit of business here and I'll be right back.
Of course, of course. I'm going to piggyback on what Joanne was mentioning, how she was told by people that you're not going to be able to speak English and, your English is not good and all that. And I also mentioned how I grew up with a father who was very eloquent, obviously speaking Russian, but a very cultured, a man who read a lot. And he used to tell me when I was a little girl is that if this word is not in a dictionary, I do not want to hear it. So speaking eloquently and using full sentences and being grammatically accurate was a big deal. So arriving to America, and we knew obviously the language is going to be different. We're going to have to learn, we're going to have to figure it out. But actually seeing it in my face that, the best, I sound like an idiot. And I just locked up and I was not able to say a word. I was hiding behind my husband's back, whose background was learning German when he was in high school in the Soviet Union as well. So, but he had a family, so he had no choice but to sort of be in front and lead us along. But I literally hid behind his back for months. I didn't go to the store by myself. I didn't walk out of the house by myself. And I would not open my mouth to say a word. I also promised my parents that I would write to them some 4 letters a week. And I, at some point, ran out of stamps. So begging my husband to go with me to the post office and hearing, no. He gently pushed me out the door, and there I was. I had about 4 or 5 blocks to the post office. And so I'm walking down the street. If anybody is in LA, West Hollywood, Santa Monica area is where sort of the immigrants from the Soviet Union were settled when they arrived first. And I'm repeating this phrase, could I please have 4 stamps, blah, 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 just this long, very polite, grammatically correct phrase on how to buy stamps. And my heart is pounding. I get to the post office and I am praying and hoping for line to be very long, so I have enough time to practice. My turn comes and the woman behind the counter looks at me and I open my mouth and she said, "Oh, $4.25. I'm like, yeah. $4.25, 4 stamps, 25 cents each, or something like that. So I didn't have to repeat this long grammatically correct phrase. I handed her the money. She figured out what I needed and handed me my stamps back. And going home from that experience, I sort of realized that for better, for worse, I have to start speaking, and it's going to be ugly and it's not going to be pretty, but I'm going to be okay because people will, recognize and understand. So there began my experience and my journey to actually communicating and talking to people, and sort of brought me here eventually.
I love that story. And, earlier you said something that made me think of this, but I am not bilingual or trilingual or any lingual. In fact, sometimes I wonder if I can even do English okay. And so I think when we hear somebody with an accent, we realize that it came with a price, that they've had to learn another language to communicate here with us. And so for me, I can't maybe speak for other people, but for me, when I hear somebody with an accent, that's what I think is, wow, you've overcome something that I can't do. I don't have that giftedness. My brother speaks several languages, and I feel like a dork because I only speak English. So I think it's an admiration thing when I hear somebody who speaks, I think what you said was that someone told you they thought you spoke well, and you do speak well. And it's something that I think many of us admire, because we haven't had to learn another language. I've struggled with that personally, trying to, and kind of gotten myself into some trouble at times, but saying the wrong words.
For sure. Yes. Yes. It's I understand that the people who are hearing, right, somebody who speaks with an accent and somebody who doesn't speak the perfect English, their intention is sort of what you're describing, Lori, is some of that admiration. The people who hear themselves with their imperfection in language, right? We feel a little bit of and like a disadvantage, if you will, and a little bit of self-consciousness, and overcoming that or ignoring that, or as Joanne was pointing out, just move on, right? Nobody is gonna join you in your pity party, so just go with it. So that's the effort. That's the sort of the struggle, I think, that many of us who are new to the country, who are coming here. I mean, I've lived here for most of my adult life now, 40 years. So, you know, it's a long time, but that's, I think, the part that is another aspect of what it means to sort of transfer your life, transition your life, and to make a home of a place that you didn't even know about.
It's incredible. To me, it's just an incredible story, but it's not the story because it's your life. You know, it's not just a story. This is what you lived. This is what you experienced. And I want to welcome Clarence and apologize. I don't know what happened with the Zoom link, but I do want to welcome you here, and I'm grateful that you are here. And we've been talking a little bit while we were, while I was trying to figure out what was going on. Both Joan and Galena immigrated from other countries to this country, and their books are about their story of, you know, why they left and what they experienced once they got here. And so just to keep you up to speed with what was actually happening, the conversation. But I do want to welcome you to this live stream, which is Authors Give. And the idea that I had behind this was I really wanted to have an opportunity for some of the authors that I knew that would be available today to share their story, to tell a little bit about their book. And also, because I know authors want to give and help others, and you're no exception. You have a nonprofit in mind that you want to help. And we've had several today that, gosh, just impressed me so much. And I love bringing awareness of nonprofits to awareness for people. So welcome. I'm so sorry for the mix-up. I don't know what's going on with me, but besides the flu, which is crazy, but I'm doing good. I told my daughter, I said, I am doing this thing. I don't care if I have a blanket around me and I'm coughing or sneezing or doing whatever people do when they're sick, but I am grateful that I feel pretty darn terrific and that I'm here to be able to share this time with you guys. So welcome, Clarence. We're glad you're here.
Thank you, Miss Lori. I greatly appreciate just the opportunity to be able to speak on your platform. We've been talking for some time, and I appreciate the friendship more than anything. Glad to know that you are doing better. So that right there is always a plus.
Yeah, that's true. It is good to feel better, that's for sure. I think I slept for 4 hours during the day yesterday, which is very unlike me. And that's not the half of it. I still got a really good night's sleep after that. Because usually if you sleep during the day, there's no way you're going to have a good night's sleep that night. But man, I must have really needed it. I don't know what happened, but I was really glad to feel a little better today. So let me tell you guys a little bit about Clarence and
Scoot out.
okay.
So much.
Thank you for being here. And I did put a link, and if you'll share with me the man's name that you want to help, I would love to have him be part of this so we can help him help people, especially in light of, it's so funny that I just saw that story and it really impacted me. Well, Clarence, I do also have a 3 o'clock, and I saw her pop in and then pop back out, and she is on the East Coast. So, but I feel like I want to do both, and I don't know how to do both. So while I'm waiting for her, and hopefully she'll be popping back in a few minutes, we definitely want to put a spotlight on you and your books. So this is Clarence, and Clarence Bowser Jr., by the way. And he and his family call him Tutu. I love that. And he has actually published 7 books. And did I read that you're working on number 8 as we speak. So that's really good. Clarence is a part of our local Chamber of Commerce in the San Jacinto area, which is where I live in the San Jacinto Valley. In fact, I've been a part of the San Jacinto Chamber of Commerce as well. And he is a motivational speaker and suicide prevention advocate. He has a professional license to help you with your financial future. Your financial future is what I'm trying to say, because he helps educate families on how money works and how to get out of debt, invest your money, and protect yourself with life insurance. And so all of those things are very good things. And that's what he does in his quote unquote day job, for lack of a better way to put it. And Clarence has had a struggle with his own mental health and the idea of suicide. And I, for one, am very grateful that you are here today to share your story. He says he loves to meet new people and develop friendships, and I do that myself because I think people are fascinating and their stories just make my head spin. So, Clarence, what inspired you to become a writer?
So honestly, it was actually my 9th grade teacher. And what took place was we had an assignment where we had to write something about your life or just write anything. And I sat there and I put my head down during the whole time of class, and I just wasn't feeling it. And she came up to me like 3 or 4 times, Clarence, you need to put something on paper so I can give you a grade. I said, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. So she ended up convincing me. She said, you can write about anything. I said, okay, I know how this is going to go, but okay. So I write a quick story within 5 minutes. I turn it in, and then she comes and she says, Clarence, before you leave, I want to talk to you. So everybody leaves, and then she comes back and she's just crying. And I'm like, oh yeah, I know I messed up real bad. And she was like, is this really how you feel? I said, every day of my life. So what I had basically wrote was something about me, my life, and all the pain that I've been through, and how I felt about how I just wanted to end my life. And she sat there and she said, I need your writing. I said, you need my writing? She says, I need your writing. She says, I've been wanting to publish a book for a very long time. So if you can come up with 5 short stories and 5 short poems, I'm going to get your work published. Well, I never heard anybody say they needed my work. Every time I would write a poem or write something down and I give it to my dad, he would crumble it up and throw it away. He wouldn't even look at it. He wouldn't even try to read it. He wouldn't do anything. So it was just like, that was the first person to ever say, I need your writing. So I gave her, by the end of the week, I gave her all the things that she asked for. And she was like, wait, when did you have time to do this? I said, oh no, I can do writing in my sleep. That's nothing. I said, I may not be the best speller. I may not know how to do the punctuations, but I can write you anything. I can put it down. And by the end of the school year, she actually got she got my work and probably about 6 or 7 of my friends that I referred to her. She actually got them published inside of a book. And she brought the manuscript to me and she says, I want to show you something. So this is back in the day when I didn't sign my poems, I didn't sign my work. And I was reading and I was like, she said, flip to the centerfold. I said, okay. So I started reading the centerfold. I was like, man, this guy has been through some stuff. Like, wait, why does it seem like it's my writing? And then she was like, because it is. I said, wow. And then she said, that's not the best part. She said, the best part is flip to the back. This book was an inspiration to one of my students, Clarence Bowser.
Wow.
So that was my first experience of writing, where somebody actually wanted me to write and told me that I was actually a good writer. So that was my inspiration when it came to writing.
Well, that's incredible. We all, it's funny because I think most people who look back at their education, they have one of two experiences. They either have an experience where somebody said something. In fact, Joan had this experience where they said something, and because of what they said, it fueled them to do something that wanted to prove that person wrong. But in your situation, and I think this happens also, that a teacher really loves their job so much and cares about their students so much and sees potential and shares that with that student. And look what's happened as a result of that. And that's incredible. I love that story. I also had a few teachers kind of like Jones that said things that I didn't like to hear and I wanted to prove them wrong, but also like you had that saw value in this little kid that didn't necessarily value herself that much for many reasons. So I also see that one of the questions that you had put for me to ask is, why is the question, is it possible to be hurt by love? Why is that important to you? Why is that part of what you write about?
So growing up, I've been through a lot of abuse. So I've been molested, I've been drugged, I've been kidnapped, and I've been beaten. And all of these things were done out of love, right? So a lot of people would correlate pain with love. Well, in my experience, because of the trauma that I experienced, everybody that told me that I'm doing this because I love you, I'm doing this because I have to, because if I don't do these things, then I don't love you. So it brought confusion in my head growing up. So I actually grew up hating that word. And for a person to sit there and tell me that they love me, well, in my head was, I'm going to hurt you before you get a chance to hurt me. Because if you're going to give me love, and this is the love that other people gave me, I'm correlating your love, which is a new person, to the love that I experienced, quote unquote, that my father and his wife and their family gave me, and my uncles gave me. So I correlated anybody new that told me I loved you with the pain. So after a while, it started to really sink on me, like, okay, if this is love, what is hatred gonna do?
Right.
And I couldn't imagine, walking around telling people I love them, doing the same exact things that people done to me. Now, if I said I hated you, I have no problem bringing harm to you. I have no problem hurting your feelings. I have no problem making you feel itty bitty. But if I love you, my job is to lift you up. My job is to encourage you. My job is to strengthen you. My job is to let you know that regardless of what you've been through in the past, it's not happening right now, and keep moving forward. Keep going, keep going. My job is to encourage. So that right there is it's a big factor of mine, because again, just on the fact of what I've been through, of what I experienced on what people called love, it really made me question. And then not only that, but it really made me question God, because if God is love, and then God created people, and people are exhibiting his love, and this is what they call love, why would I ever want to go to heaven? Why would I want to be with somebody who created something like this? But then there's a lot of things that has taken place in my life that made me realize otherwise, right? So my mom, she abandoned me, my dad abandoned me, but then I had people come in that took me in and claimed me as their son and claimed me as their brother, and they just cling to me. And no matter how many times I attempted suicide, no matter how many times I said I was done and over with, they never left my side, and they kept boosting me up and giving me that word of encouragement to keep on going. You're going to do some phenomenal things. You're going to change lots of people's lives. So a big part of who I am is not only because of the pain that I experienced, but the people that actually showed me true love. And when I was younger, one of the things that I experienced was I witnessed my cousin commit suicide.
Oh, wow.
So, at a very young age, it was like, well, if you love me, how come you didn't talk to me? If I loved you, how come I wasn't able to reach you? If my love was good enough, if my love was pure enough, how come I couldn't help you out of your dark days? So being that I experienced that at a very young age, it was embedded in me that, hey, suicide is something that you're just going to go. This is the way you're going to go, that you're going to end your life, and it's not going to matter who you love and how they love you, because suicide is the end factor. Well, as I started getting older, I started to realize that the reason why most people say love hurts is, one, because they're not looking in the mirror. They don't like to look in the reflection of who they were, who they are, and who they plan on being. So they take the excuse of saying love hurts and blame it on anybody who comes into their life, right? Whether it be the past and the trauma, and everybody deals with past trauma differently, but everybody still has to deal with one person at the end of the day, and that's self. Well, sometimes we don't like self because of the image that other people have gave us. Well, when a person says love hurts, I really like to dive into it to see, well, why do you feel that love hurts? Because if we ever really truly looked in the mirror and gave self that love, it would be impossible for love to hurt, because you can't control what the next person is going to say, do. You can't control that. The only thing you can control is your attitude and your activity. And if you're not doing anything that's going to bring you joy, if that self joy is not within you, you can't give it to anyone else. And that's the thing with love. If you don't have it for self, how can you give it to someone else? So that is a very big part of my writing, because I talk to a lot of people. I asked a lot of people that same question wherever it is I go, whoever it is I meet. Hey, is it possible to be hurt by love? And right off of the back, it's gonna send this person down a whirlwind of past relationships, past abuse, and past this and past that. But have you looked past that? Have you looked past this? And have you looked past that? did you overcome these things? Did self get that love, or did self did you beat yourself up because of the past, because of what somebody else said? Are you still beating yourself up because of what somebody said and because of what somebody did? So that's the reason why that plays a big factor in my life, and why all of my books are based on that question.
Yeah, and I get it, because, well, a couple of things come to mind. The first thing is you can't give what you don't have to give. You can't give from an empty vessel, if you will. And because of that, I think that oftentimes people do things for the sake of love. Because I know I share a similar experience with you, that my innocence was stolen by somebody who loved me and would tell me how special I was and how much I was loved and cherished. And those things in our childhood really distort love. And if we don't figure out somewhere along the line what love really is and how that was a distortion, you're right. It is really hard for you to love and trust and do all of the things that you have to do to make relationships work when the foundation has been laid and it's cracked or distorted. So I totally hear what you're saying, and I'm so sorry that you had a distorted foundation as well, because it is a journey, it is a struggle. And I wasn't going to talk about this today, but it's funny how things just bebop around when you start talking to people. But recently I have been trained in something called heart healing, heart sync, and I won't go into all of the details of how it works, but I can tell you it does work. And that I would say all people have parts of their heart that are not synchronized. And one of the ways that a heart gets out of sync is when these things happen in our life that create distortion. And through somebody facilitating with me a heart healing prayer, as I was being trained how to do it, something came up in my childhood that helped me see how that foundation wasn't proper, it wasn't right. It distorted things in my life, and it kind of brought things full circle for me, and very healing. And it's been amazing what has happened since then, because our heart wounds that everyone experiences heart wounds somewhere, somehow, some way. We are disappointed or abused or, heaven forbid, all of those things like you experienced. But it's true, these things happen. And how do we get back to the whole human being that God intended us to be? That's, I think, the question to answer for each person individually. I don't know that for everyone else, but I know what's worked for me. So I don't want to change the subject, and it's kind of the same subject. You became then a suicide prevention advocate. And I can fully understand why you would have passion for that. But in your words, why has that been a big part of your process?
So just like I had mentioned, so I lost my cousin to suicide, and then some time had went by, and I actually lost my auntie to suicide. So the reason why I became an advocate is because I always reminisce on the family members that I lost, right? And because I was young and I didn't understand life, and I didn't understand what they were going through. I couldn't help them. No matter how much I tried, no matter how much whatever I could have said, I can't help them. So because I can't, and I've dealt with suicide for 27 years of my life, I want to be able to help others to understand how to look for the signs for suicide, how to what steps needs to be taken if someone is experiencing suicidal thoughts and suicidal ideations, and how to help them to walk away from the ledge. I have a statement, I'm going to stick by this statement. Suicide is 100% preventable if the other party is willing to participate in walking away from suicide. But two, if the person if a person can reach them before they get to the final stage. So a lot of people don't understand how suicide works, but there's a lot of different things that take place with suicide. Suicide is not when a person takes their life. That is the end factor. But there's a lot of things that go on. So just from my personal experience, this is just my belief. This is what I believe, right? I don't have any certificate to back this up, but because this has been my personal experience, this is why I'm doing my best to be an advocate. So the first stage is the emotions, meaning that this person has had a terrible breakup, or they may have lost someone that was really dear and important to them. Well, if you're able to reach that person, you have a very high chance of saving them from walking away from suicide, because they might be like, oh, I want to end it because they lost their loved one, or they lost a relationship. I just want to end it. Well, you can re-encourage them. Hey, you still have more people to look for. There's still more things in this world. There's, that this isn't the only person. You can still encourage that person. Two is a spiritual battle, meaning that this person has experienced some type of trauma, whether it be recent, whether it be in the past, and they just don't know how to express this. They're holding on to this, and it's eating them alive, right? And so if you're able to get to that person, again, you still have a good chance of saving them from suicide. The third stage is the mentals. What do I mean? This is where a person has mentally checked out, where you start seeing them isolate. They're starting to get more depressed. They're starting to get more worried. They're starting to get more stressed. They're more negative on anything that you say. They're more skeptical about the next day. They're more skeptical about this and that. So that right there is a third stage. So if you get to that stage, if a person makes it to the third stage, it's really hard to save them from suicide. Not saying that you can't, but it's really hard, because now they're going to start self-medicating. You're going to start seeing them do more activities that pertain to suicide, because they mentally checked out. And then they might reach out to somebody and say, hey, I'm really doing bad right now, and I just need like 5 minutes of your time. And what happens is they come to this person, and this is their last resort. This is the last person that they can come to that they thought was going to be willing to help. And that person will be like, oh, I'm too busy. It's not that bad. Get over it. Hey, just go away. I got work right now. I can't talk right now. And then next thing you know, that person goes off and commits suicide, right? Because at that very moment, all they needed was somebody to care. They just needed somebody to take this burden away, because no one helped them in the first stage. No one helped them in the second stage. And now that I'm at the third stage and I'm mentally checking out, how come no one's here? You guys said that you love me, but when I asked for your help, you couldn't even ask me why. Instead, you made me feel worse than what I was already feeling. And that right there has been my personal experience. So in my experience, I noticed that if you ever go to a funeral of somebody that committed suicide, the two questions that are always asked: why didn't this person ask me for help? And what could I have done to help? So my question would be to those people that would say something like that: why didn't you reach out to ask them what was going on? And what could you have done to help? And it's just as simple as caring. A person that is going through suicide, they just want somebody to show that they care in the time of their need. Don't make me feel bad. Don't make me feel worse than. Just let me know that I am not as worthless as the thoughts that are running through my head make me feel. Just give me a moment of your time to acknowledge that I even exist in your world. Just give me just a quick little encouragement, letting me know that you may not understand what I'm going through, but it's gonna be brighter on the other side. Just give me a little glimpse of hope of a better day. And that right there, you have a chance to prevent suicide, right? By just giving that little bit of empathy, little bit of care, letting people know that they're not alone fighting this battle, right? And especially when it's the people around you that are falling into these stages. If you can't reach out to the people that are right here in your face, that are struggling every day, how do you plan on helping someone else that you don't know? How do you plan on doing anything if the people right around you are struggling? And you don't even like, for example, if you and I were sitting down and let's just say I seen you a couple of days and you were bright up, you were really happy. And then I came by, hey, Lori, I noticed yesterday or the day before when we sat down, you were really excited. You were really happy. But I noticed today your smile isn't the same. Is everything okay? See, now I'm giving you, not only did I give you a specific time, because everybody has life going on, but I gave you a specific time when I noticed that you started falling into these stages, right? I'm giving you a specific time. Why? Because that's letting you know I'm not just watching you go by. I'm literally here with you. I understand I got life going on, but hey, look, Lori, I understand. Look, the last time we sat down, you were really happy. You were so excited. But today, it doesn't seem like you're so happy. And then this gives you the opportunity to start exposing everything. Well, I'm sick, I'm moody, I'm having this, I'm having that. Man, I'm just glad to know that you're okay. Even though it's not the best scenario, I'm glad to know that you're doing okay. Hey, look, Lori, if you ever need anything, if it's in my ability to help, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll do my very best to help the way that I can. And so now I'm connecting with you because one, I acknowledge when I noticed you were going down this path. Two, I'm having empathy. I'm not judging you because you're having these emotions. No, I'm having empathy. You're a person. I'm a person. Again, I don't know what you're going through, but if I don't ask the question of how you're feeling, what you're going through, then how can anybody sit here and say that I care, that you're going through this turmoil, that you're going through this hard time, if you never even asked the question? So by me having that empathy, by me reaching out, by me being able to connect with you, okay, well, let's work it out. Let's see how we can help one another, help me to help you to get off this ledge. And by doing so, suicide is 100% preventable. But again, both parties have to participate. So I'm an advocate for that because I know what it's like to feel like no one's in your corner. Not saying that they're not in your corner, but most of the time, when we go to talk to somebody about suicide or feeling suicidal, they don't know how to handle that because they've never dealt with it themselves. So they don't know how to handle it. So it's not that we don't have people in our corner. We just perceive that we don't.
Mm-hmm.
So because of that, that's I just want to bring the awareness because I know what it's like to feel like I didn't have anybody in the corner. And then I know what it's like to have absolutely no one in the corner. So my perception was not always the reality, but then my reality wasn't always my perception because there was times when I thought that I had people in my corner that wasn't. Then there was times when I didn't think I had people in my corner, but they were there. So it's sometimes our perception deceives us. So I want to bring light because this is a touchy subject.
It
and
is.
so many people experience it, but nobody ever really, they never really tap into it. They'll cover, oh yeah, the other day I was thinking about suicide. Oh man, yeah, me too. I thought about that many a times. And they just brush it off like it's a game. But that person that just said that, the first statement, he or she was really contemplating it. And they don't know where to go to ask for help. They don't know who to ask for help. And again, sometimes we ask for help and the people, they just don't know how to handle that. And it becomes our self-destruction.
Yeah, I get it. I think I've shared with you that I was married to somebody who was in and out of mental health struggles. And I don't talk about that part of my life. It was frightening. I think that there are some situations that create, our reality is based on our own perception, period. That is your reality. When you perceive things a certain way, that's your reality, whether it's the truth or not the truth. Like you were explaining, at times you did have people supporting you, but you didn't feel that way, or maybe they didn't say anything or the thing that you needed to hear or could help you in some way. I also believe that people around you could do everything right. And because of the way you're looking at things, your perception of things, not you, because I don't know you that well, but I intimately know one family member very, very well. And in some ways, I just felt no matter what I said, no matter how loving I was, no matter how I checked in and asked and tried to get help for that person, for 20 plus years, in fact, sometimes people, that's what they have in mind. And if they complete it, I don't know that it is anybody else's fault. They are the ones that make that final decision to complete an act that they've thought of, because we know what you focus on gets bigger and more powerful in your life. And in that situation, that was a focus. And what was incredibly sad to me is there were many reasons for him to feel that way. He had many, many reasons to feel that way. I don't want to tell somebody else's story, but as a loved one, it was one of the most frustrating things I ever went through, because I couldn't help. At some point, the person needs to help themselves out of the hole that they have dug themselves in. And I don't know how to do that. And you, from your perception, from your perspective, I get why you would say things the way you would. but people are human. I mean, we are all human, whether you have those ideas or you don't, whether you understand or you don't. I understand what it feels like to want to end your life. I do understand that feeling, because when my daughter passed away, I didn't want to live anymore, but I knew I had to. I had people depending on me. I didn't have that option. I couldn't make that decision. And so I understand a little tiny bit because of that circumstance, but it wasn't a lifetime of feeling like that either, which is completely different from a situational moment of feeling that way, if you understand what I mean. I mean, I am so sorry you went through all of the things that you've been through, and I'm really grateful you're here to share your insights with us, because it does create other thoughts and other sympathies and empathies and compassion for people who struggle with this, because I truly don't completely understand it at all. And I'm not even sure that the person who suffers from these things understands it completely. I've been through tons of training on suicide prevention. It was annual training when I worked for the prison system. We had to do that every year. That was a part of our training. I still don't understand it at all. So I applaud you. And I do want to let you know, let anyone watching know, that I put Clarence's latest book in the live stream, so you would have it if you're interested in this subject and what he writes about this subject. I want you to know that there's a link there, and if you search Clarence's name, which you can get from that book as well on Amazon, the rest of the books will populate for you too. So if this is something that's really important to you, or you have a loved one that struggles with some of these things, then from Clarence's point of view, he can give you some pointers, some help, some insights of what that might be like from his side of that coin, if you will. Thank you for being here, and thank you for persevering to get in. And I feel really bad because Karen, who also has been I keep seeing her pop in and then pop out. But her video she's having a hard time with her video. So if you see me a little distracted, I am listening and paying attention. I am also trying to help her get in our live stream with us.
So real quick, Ms. Lori,
yes.
For my books, only 2 of my books are able to get to be bought. And the reason being is because when I first got published, I knew nothing about the publishing industry. And I ended up getting with a publishing company that I guess they took everything, like my publishing rights, they took everything that they weren't supposed to take. And so the books are no longer available. So my first 5 books are not available. It may say print on demand, it may say out of stock. But if it says that, then those are the books that my publishing company took advantage of me on. So there's only 2 books that are available. And that is, If Love Is What You Want, Then What Is Your Definition? And then the next one is ELTO, Each One Teach One. Word of Mouth Spreads Wide, the Book of Poems.
That's the one that I posted because it was the first one that popped up. So I figured it was the one that hopefully would help you the best. I have a lot to say about that, which is why I help people self-publish. I've heard horror stories like yours where people have lost their content and lost the ability to provide books, lost everything because, and I also want to say this, that traditional publishers, that's what they do. And when I went into this business, that's why I don't do it that way. I want to make sure that the person who's written the work maintains their intellectual property and their ability to get the profits, the royalties, whatever it is that they're entitled to. So the way I operate my business is very different than traditional publishers or even many hybrid publishers, because I know I am an older woman. And if I were to pass away, I don't want my authors to lose their books like you did. And that's really important to me. And I have explained this to many, many people, because it's not that they did anything wrong. It's just the way that they do their business, which they get the royalties, you get the published book, but they get the royalties and the profit from your book. And honestly, that is not necessarily all bad. My mentor, John Maxwell, actually only gets 38 cents per book that he sells. And he's written a lot of books, but he goes through traditional publishers, and they reap the bigger benefit. Now, that 38 cents, if you sell millions of books, adds up. So, it just depends on what you have in mind. For me and my purposes and what I do for people, I wholeheartedly believe in self-publishing, because I don't want to have control over somebody else's legacy or their intellectual property or anything else. I want them to have their book. And that's why I use Amazon for that, because it's a beautiful way to do it. And I'm surprised at how many big names are now self-independently publishing, whereas before they used traditional publishers, which is really fascinating to me. Thank you for being here. And what is the nonprofit that you would like to support today, if there are any books that are sold? And the one link I put in the chat. Well, two things we need to know. How can somebody reach out to you and get a hold of you if they want to talk more about this subject? And what is the nonprofit you're supporting today?
So
Gotta turn off your Bluetooth.
The way you guys can get in contact with me, you can see me on Facebook, Clarence Bowser, or Instagram. I think it's Clarence_Bowser07. I also have a YouTube channel, Tutu Bowser. And then my number is 951-442-1334. If you can't reach me on that, it's 951-210-4833. So that's a good way to reach me through those platforms. And the nonprofit that I would love to support, if anything is sold, then it's going to be SBX Fatherhood Program.
SBX Fatherhood Program.
Yes. So it's called the SBX, but they actually have a program sister sim, which is the Fatherhood.
Wonderful. That's great. I applaud you for being here. I applaud you for speaking your truth. And it's a big thing. I know that suicide, to me, it almost feels contagious. I've seen in families where someone in the family committed suicide, which almost seemed to have given others permission. And I don't know if that's just my experience or if that is statistically correct. But I am glad you're here, Clarence, and I'm glad you're here to tell your story and to give your perspective and help us understand something that is so serious. Because what impresses upon me is life is such a blessing, and it doesn't always go perfectly or well. I mean, we all have moments where we think, wow, does my life even matter? But it does matter. And
Ms. Lori, before I leave,
yes,
can I recite one of my poems that will be found inside of the book?
Yes, I would love that. Thank you.
Okay, so this poem is the poem that actually changed my life and changed the way I think. It's called Break the Cycle. Don't act like you love me and tell me that you care. Then turn around and attempt suicide because love isn't there. How dare you expect me to give you this thing called trust when you failed to love yourself, but loving yourself is a must. You don't practice what you preach, and I just want to know why. You tell other people to love themselves, but continue to attempt suicide. One day we will look back at this and perhaps we might laugh. But until that day comes, you have to break the cycle that you never had. This is a message that I received from my daughter in so many words or less. Now it's time for me to step up to the plate and pass my test. So influence the brain to take away the pain of someone else. Don't think of yourself of only needing help, but truly think of someone else. Break the cycle by practicing what you preach, because the lesson of love is great, but if you yourself don't love, then what is the lesson that you preach?
Wow. That's powerful. Very, very powerful. Thank you, Clarence. And thank you for being here today. I applaud you. I support you. And I love your message because, you know, I say your message matters. And I usually say right after that, because you matter and you do matter. You do matter. And your message is powerful. So thank you for being here today and sharing it.
Thank you for allowing me to come on your platform and share with you. Thank you for being a friend of a friend of a friend. Because I pray that this message not only helps the nonprofits, but I also pray that it helps someone who might have been dealing with suicide.
Me too. Me too.
Powerful, powerful.
Thank you so much. I really.
You guys have a blessed day.
You too. Thank you, Clarence. Well, Karen, I am trying to figure you out here, and I don't know why I see you on the actual Zoom, but I'm not seeing you on the live stream, which this is very perplexing to me. So I think I am just going to have to hope and pray that when your video comes on, if it does come on, that it will then live stream. So how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. I have a start video here, but every time I touch the video is when I lose everyone. So
no.
Yeah, so I'm afraid to touch anything. I'm afraid to touch anything.
I'm looking here too, I don't blame you at all. How frustrating is that? Oh, bless your heart. I was going to look really quick and just see if there's something that I could toggle, or I am asked it. This says to ask to start video, but if I ask you to start your video and you do, and you disappear, that's not going to work very well.
That's what worries me.
Exactly. How crazy is that? So I have the option to hide you.
I can push this start video and see what happens. I did unmute myself.
That's good. I can hear you. That's wonderful. Oh my
So, I could try to push start here. Start video, but I just don't know what will happen if I do.
I tell you what, are you comfortable doing that and then coming right back in if it didn't work right?
I could probably do that. If I can get back in. Okay, let me try it.
I'm going to be watching for you to come back in.
There goes nothing.
Okay, I'm hoping. Where are you, Karen?
Okay. Oh my
There you are. Oh my gosh, Karen, you're here.
Oh. I don't know. I have no idea.
Is that funny? Well, you sure look pretty this evening.
I just got off
after working all day.
I just got off work and oh goodness, what just happened?
I don't know, but you're still here with me that I see you.
So, and I've been here since 5:40 figuring I'd be here 15 minutes early because you wanted us on there 5 minutes early.
Yeah.
to try to get on. And of course, I'm solo. I don't have Matthew or Kara with me to help me. So I'm
Oh, well, you did good. You did it. You're here, and we
only
can.
about 20 tries.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you've had so much trouble, but I am also really grateful you're here. This is Karen Olive. She is an author, of course, and she's also a nurse. So she's been taking care of people all day and graciously said she would hop on at the end of her day. And I'm so grateful that she's here. She's a wife and mother and has grandchildren that she loves, like most people that I know of my age bracket anyway. We're all kind of in the same boat. And I'm like just so tickled that you're here. And also I've already talked about our little book that has been created, and I am so overjoyed about this little project. I never would have written a children's book probably ever if I had not met you. I am just grateful that it's going to help people. And so I do want people to know about it. It is Hurricane Ian and Yona the Siberian Husky. It's a collaborative effort. And I piggybacked on Karen's wonderful works. I don't have all of the books with me right now. Oh, you've got the pink one. Oh, you've got them all. I should have asked you. I grabbed those two and didn't have them all. So there are 3 in the series so far. We're getting ready to launch a 4th. And it has been a joy, a joy for me to be a part of your life, to be a part of Yona's life in this weird way, and also to get this message out into the world. So Karen, why don't you share with everyone why you decided to write books and how it all came about from your perspective is what I'm trying to say.
Well, you know, being a nurse, and one thing that we learned, and I also actually learned this in the Alzheimer's unit that I used to work in, how important it is to redirect. And that was kind of our big thing with our patients, was to redirect our patients. And so it goes with anything, you know, you redirect. Everybody needs to redirect themselves. Well, I lost my stepson, Greg, June 6th of 2021. And then turned around. We knew he had cancer and that he was going to pass away. And or we were hoping he wouldn't, but you know, it happened. And then my mother passed away 4 months and 2 days later. And we didn't expect that. We were not expecting that to happen to her. So that was a big blow. It was just, you already are still in shock from the one from Greg, and then there's Mama. So I was just miserable. I was miserable, and I knew I had to keep going and keep going. And so I told my husband, I said, I think I need to get a dog or get something to love, something I can cuddle, something I just need something more than what I'm getting. The kids have their own lives. The grandbabies had their own lives. It was just Roy and I, and Roy, he deals with things differently. And I don't think it's healthy, because he keeps it closed in. And you say, you know, Roy, you know, you want to talk? No, let's not talk about it. Let's, and he redirects himself. Well, I needed more, because I am constantly thinking about all these things, and still thinking about it. So I said, well, let's, you know, get a dog, a little bitty dog. well, we didn't get a little bitty dog. We got a Siberian Husky puppy at 2 months old. And she was just so curious and so just the things she would do was just unreal, you know. So for day one that I bought her or brought her home, got her and brought her home, I started writing just little posts, because not only did I need her, but I needed something to do every day to keep my mind occupied. So I started writing posts on Facebook. And then after about a month or two, I gave her her own page, because everybody was saying, you need to write a book, you need to write a book. And I thought, well, I'll give Yona her own page. So the ones that didn't care to read about Yona, I would have my own page. So she has her own page. Let's see, Yona the Siberian Husky, I believe, is her page. And I say that because I'll get it confused with the book. And so I just started, well, Lori, a friend of mine, she texted me and said, hey, I think I have someone that can help you write a book. And of course, Lori Whaley Cook, and she got me in touch with you. And so from, you know, it just from there on, and this is what happened. I got 3 books so far, and the 4th one is already done, but I needed the books to redirect myself. And it's hard because now that the books are done, I mean, we're still getting the 4th book going, but I'm already thinking of things that I need to start doing for myself, because am I ready to let go? You know, I don't know yet. We'll see. Yeah. But it's hard. It's really hard to do. But I'm getting there. So, and I don't know if people are tired of hearing about Yona or not. I write a couple of posts here and there, and they seem to be pretty excited about it. But I'm trying to keep just one going a week or something. But it's helping me. And whenever I feel down or out or whatever, I'll take a picture of her and I'll write something, you know, about her. So
I love that.
But that's my reasoning for writing the books, was to redirect myself, because I felt like I was losing myself, you know, because a lot of times when people pass away, and I found this to be true, and there's some people that cannot come back from stuff like this. I have seen this with my own eyes. I have seen or saw, my mother always got on to me, Karen, it's saw not seen, or seen not saw, and I still haven't figured it out. But she said, I've seen people go in such a deep hole, and they're like, because this person is gone, you know, so you can't have fun. You can't, you shouldn't laugh. You shouldn't enjoy yourself because this person's not here to enjoy their self. You find yourself doing something, you know, I'm going on vacation. I'm so excited that I'm going on vacation. And, but then you're like, Greg would have loved to have gone on vacation with us, because his wife and son is going too. And Mama would have loved to have gone to where we're going. And you find yourself feeling guilty for enjoying life because they're not here, when in fact they're probably in a much better place than we are. And if they are looking down at us right now, they're just shaking their head saying, you have no idea, you know, wait till you get here and you're going to see, you know, the struggles that you're having here on this earth. There is no struggles where I am. So I'm trying very hard to look at it that way, so that I can get by, you know, just get by.
I think, you know, I've had my own struggle with grief, and I definitely felt, I remember at one point I was very involved in an online chat room back then. It was before Facebook, where people were helping one another. And this particular room were all parents who had lost children.
Yeah.
And posting in there really helped, because at first people were helping me. And then as I was in there for a while, I started helping the newbies. And when I was helping newbies, I wasn't hurting. I was helping newbies. And it really made a difference. But one of the, and that was very good and helpful.
Yes.
But
Yes.
somehow in my mind, I felt like, how could my life ever make sense again? Because I loved my daughter so much. I tied how much I loved my daughter with having happiness after my daughter was gone. And when those two things were connected, I couldn't get beyond it. But the minute I realized, and everyone will tell you, oh, your loved one wouldn't want you to, not live a full life. Your loved one wouldn't want you to be so sad. Your loved one wouldn't want all of these things. And I'm sure that's true, but that didn't help me a whole lot. Although I knew that that was true. What did help me is wanting to honor their memory. That helped me think about ways that I could do that. But the thing I think that really helped me was when I was able in my own mind to break the thought that how much I loved her meant, if this makes sense at all, that love kept me suffering, rather than creating the idea that love was what is going to make me live again. Because I loved her so much that I needed to live again, because I didn't want that to be the end of my existence, if that makes any sense. I don't even know if it makes sense to other people, but it really made sense to me.
It's kind of like the plaque that I put in my fourth book that my mother had bought. And I don't know all of it, but basically it was saying, grieve if you need to, but just for a little while, and then let me go. Because when your time comes to travel alone, I'll be there waiting for you. And there was a lot more to it, but that's basically what it is whenever it was her time to go alone, she needed to go alone. And don't let it hold you back. Do what you need to do, but don't, and then let it go. And I'm not saying don't grieve anymore, because that's not going to happen. But like right now, I'm talking, just the fact that I'm talking to you and I am not using a box of Kleenex right now has shown me how much I have grown, and how much the books have helped, and how much not saying that I don't still hurt as bad, but I'm learning, because I know that she would want me. I know that she had told me that I needed to let her go, and I know she wanted to go. And so it's kind of would have been selfish on my part to want her to stay when she wanted to go. But in her condition, meaning in her condition, but I mean, I don't think it's selfish to grieve. I just think that she's right. You need to take your time to do it. And people say there's no time. There's no time to quit grieving, and everybody grieves differently. But I know that I have other things and other people I need to take care of. And so I can't get into this deep hole that I was in and stay there, because it's not going to be good for anybody. My family still needs me, like everybody else's family still needs them. but and I could probably hear Mama saying, don't do that, and so it sometimes you just have to, like I said, just keep redirecting yourself, like Roy is doing. He'll turn around and he'll say, oh, and he'll go to something else just to not think about it. But I don't know, maybe in his time, he and he waits till I'm not around, maybe I just haven't been around when he grieves, and that's okay too. Maybe he just wants his personal time, but he just we all grieve differently, but and then the timing. But I know people that have grieved for so many years, and they've lost their self, and they've lost their families, they've lost everything because they're grieving. And actually, my mother's husband passed away 7 years before her, and she wasn't ever the mama that I had before Bob passed away. She was, I mean, she was still there. You could see her, but she would say, I'm still here, but she wasn't the mother that I had before he left. So she grieved the whole 7 years, and the things that she done and said and was just so out of character for her. So I guess you could actually say she did grieve, her whole life after he passed away. And now that I'm sitting here talking to you about that, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because Mama lost herself, and she lost her kid because she wouldn't let no one come over. She wouldn't let you drop it by the door, and when you leave, I'll get it. And even went as far as telling us not to come over anymore, because she grieved so much, and she may have grieved herself to death. She didn't take care of herself after. She didn't take her medication right. She didn't go to the doctor like she was supposed to. She didn't do the things she needed to do to take care of herself. And so, and I believe that's why she's not here now, because she didn't take care of herself. And by the time I got her to come live with me, I think she already knew it was already too late. And she spent 4 months with me before she passed away. So, but
well, grief is a powerful emotion, and I agree with you. There's no right or wrong way. There's just a way, your own way. And men definitely grieve very differently than women. And I don't think you can't even say there's two ways, men and women. You
right.
Just, for every person, that's their way, that how they do it. But what I really love about your books is they are a side of you, speaking for Yona. So Karen has written these books, for those of you who don't know. She's written these books from the dog's perspective. So she's kind of talks for the dog, so to speak. They are funny and interesting, and there is this whole following of people that have coffee with Yona, or have been for this past year or so, and have loved just having that little piece of sunshine in their day. And it really is a little piece of sunshine. And so from your grief and hurting, you've been able to help so many people with this little spot of sunshine that you've created for everyone. And how precious is that, to be able to, even though there's times where you have been really hurting, and for crying out loud, the Hurricane Ian went right through your area. And you were still, I'm going to do this thing. And it just blows me away. Your desire to do this, your persistence doing this, you're wanting to help people. And of course, if we don't help ourselves, we're not able to help others. And so you were able to take all of this and make it positive, make it that redirect that helps other people. And to me, I just know that that's kind of the essence of what we've been talking all day about.
Right.
Today. Each person has their own message. I know that each person has a message that they're supposed to share when they have the calling to share. And I've been really appreciative of you wanting to be a part of my life and me being able to help you get your message into the world and get Yona out there. And everybody loves Yona the dog with the most
They
has these piercing blue eyes. I don't have a way to actually show them, but if you click on the link that I put in the comments, that will take you to this little children's book, which was just kind of it's not even a whim. I wanted to be able to help Florida with Hurricane Ian having made so much destruction in the state, and having suffered myself the loss of my home and all of my belongings in the Cedar Fire, totally different kind of natural disaster, but the same effect, where one day you're happy living in your home and all is well, and the next you're uprooted to, oh, there's Yona. As you can see, she is an absolutely beautiful dog and just brings happiness through Karen's voice, which I love the whole concept. And I've really loved doing these books. So please support Karen, and her last book will, or at least the last book of this 4-book series, will be coming out very soon. But today you can get Yona, our Hurricane Ian, and Yona the Siberian Husky, this little children's book, which is perfect in time for Christmas. And we are really working hard to get book number 4 done, so you could have all 5 books for Christmas.
Right.
If you have somebody in your life that needs just a little ray of sunshine, these are the books for you, especially if you love dogs or animals like many of us do. So that's a beautiful thing. And and I did want to mention the nonprofit. So Karen has graciously said that she would help the Samaritan's Purse, which is an organization that comes in, well, they do many things. One of the things they do is when there's been a national disaster, they come in and help people get back on their feet. In fact, they helped my husband and I get back on our feet when we lost our home many years ago now, 2003. So they've always been on my mind. But one of the other things they do that I just love is they provide Christmas things for underprivileged children. And one of my other friends, Susie, she collects all year all these things, and then they put them in these boxes and give them to kids, that little goodies that you might get at the dollar store, or little toys, little things like like toothbrushes, just socks, whatever little kids that don't have anything might need. They do that too. And so I don't even know if they do more than that. I know those are 2 things that they do, or that they do accomplish in what they do. So thank you, Karen, for allowing me to do something to help. I just wanted to help the people that had lost things, and this would be a great way to do it. And so thank you for this book being able to create something to help people. I really appreciate that so much.
Oh, it's an honor to be able to help, to give back, you know. I can remember back years ago, whenever my kids were little, and I was living in an apartment with my 2 children, and it was a duplex, and there was a man next door, and it was Christmas time, and it's funny how the things you remember. And there was a knock on the door, and I opened the door, and there was these men in these funny hats that came to the door, and they had bicycles and toys and things for the kids. And I believe the man next door probably called them and asked them to, you know, told them about me, and they brought the kids gifts, which I thought was wonderful. So it is really nice to be able to give back when you can, you know, because it was just, I mean, it was so unexpected. I didn't know anything about it. You know, they just came in and gave the kids toys, and it was really nice.
I love that. And I've actually been not on the receiving end, but on the giving end. I used to belong to a church, and one of the things they did at Christmas time is there were some families that really were struggling. And so they would give us the name and address of the family, and we would adopt that family. They didn't even know us or anything. In fact, it was almost anonymous. I mean, we didn't like share contact information or anything like that. But what we did was we provided Christmas for them. So we got a tree, decorations, a meal, a basic meal, just I think it was ham and vegetables and a box of the potatoes and stuff, and gifts for the family.
Right.
We went as a group of us, we each had a family, and we went from door to door to these families that we had their addresses, and sang Christmas songs and dropped off their Christmas stuff. And then we went on to the next one. And that was a memorable thing for me too. You know, I haven't always had a lot. I don't have a lot now. But when you can give a little bit to somebody who doesn't have as much as you do, it means everything, you know, to that person. And
Yes. Yep. It was like my granny never had anything. But if she had $5, you were going to get $2.50 of it, you know. Yes. And she would do without. But if you came to her, and this is most people, I think, especially, well, I don't want to say just the older people back when, but I do know that my granny's house was open to anybody that was hungry. And there was no strangers, and she would go in there and cook full meals, and people would come and they would eat. And she didn't have anything, but she had she didn't know how to drive until she was somewhere in her 40s. She learned how to drive, but she if anybody needed anything, she was there. She was always there. Yeah.
I love that. I really love that, because it's a way of life.
Yep.
It is truly a way of life. And one of the reasons why I wanted to do this day, and I appreciate you being here with me, is because, you know, when you have, you know, just the mere fact that you're a nurse tells me that you're a caring, loving person. And that, you know, even as you have suffered this year with the loss, and, you know, trying to, like you said, redirect and overcome, and yet, you know, being a blessing to those people who have all rallied around you and Yona and lifted you up. It's just a beautiful thing to be an observer of. And it's, I think, a part of life when we can help other people. It just brings fulfillment to your life. I remember volunteering even when I was a little girl. My mom was a candy, well, no, my mom was, I think they called her a pink lady.
Pink lady, pink lady. Yeah, there was candy stripers and there was pink ladies.
And I was a candy striper. And the reason why I was a candy striper was because my mother was a pink lady. My mom never worked outside the home. But she loved to volunteer with different things, and she became a pink lady and decided that I needed to be a candy striper. So I would read books to little old people and make beds and do this and that. In fact, I don't have a lot of my memories from before the fire. But one thing I do have that I must have grabbed as we were leaving is a little article that said I was Candy Striper of the Year. Now, I don't know what I did to be a Candy Striper of the Year, but it was in the local newspaper.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the reason why I was a Candy Striper of the Year is my mother probably drugged me to the hospital every time she went or something, because I certainly I don't remember being all that remarkable as a Candy Striper. But it's kind of funny when I think of it now. But anyway,
the fact that you read books to the elderly and the sick, and now look what you're doing now, you know.
Yes, right. That's just funny. That was the one thing I liked to do the most. I didn't mind making beds. I don't know that I did them as tip top as they should have been made, you know, nice, neat. But I did make beds. I remember that. And my best friend and I, we also worked where they sterilized all of the equipment back in the day.
Yes.
It would go in these big machine things.
Autoclave.
Yes, we did that. And I also worked in the gift store of the hospital. And that was my favorite job, to tell you the truth. Because they had little chocolate things, and I think I bought all of them when I was there. You know? I don't know if I did or not, but I remember really liking that part. I sat there in that gift store and talked to the people coming and going. So I had several little jobs that I would do wherever they needed me, but it was an awful lot of fun back then. And it does, I am reminded of how much fun that was.
It's funny how somewhere in the back of your brain that you can pull this stuff out, you know, just like the men that came with the gifts for the kids. And I'm trying to think of the name of them, of who they were. It was in Lake Alfred, and they had a place in Lake Alfred, and just the men went. And
it might have been like
the Lions Club or something like that. I don't know if they're the ones that wear the hats, the tall hats, or I don't remember.
I don't know either for sure, but what a beautiful blessing it was. And I'm sure that they loved helping.
Yeah.
Because that's, you know, that's really so nice.
Oh, they enjoyed it. You could tell how much they enjoyed it. And the kids were just like, and I was just standing there like,
dumbfounded, I'm sure.
Where did this come from, you know? And I'm sure it was the neighbor next door. I'm sure it was the neighbor next door.
Well, how nice to have that kind of a neighbor, right?
Yeah, he was always real nice, quiet man. But I think he called them and said there's 2 kids certain, and said the sizes, and you know, said something about or their ages, and said something about, you know, bringing something, and they brought Christmas that year. So that was nice. Yeah,
that's really nice. I love those kinds of things, and I think that they're really special this time of year. I think we all get a soft heart to give and to help, but I kind of feel like we should have it all year.
Right.
And we do. We all, I mean, I don't want to put guilt on anybody or anything like that, because we all have very busy lives. And I know when I worked full time, my job was, especially the last position I was in, was so stressful. I hardly had any energy left to do anything. But it's such a big part of life. And we learned earlier today that Allison has really instilled in her little girl, Luna. It's one of the other books that we launched today, is instilling in her how important it is to give. And I think, you know, your little ones, your littles have been a part of this book too. And they've been giving in the way that they share being a part of this story, a part of your life, and letting people see that joy on their faces. They're beautiful girls, by the way. I don't know if
Thank you.
I told you that. They are absolutely gorgeous. And of course, they love Yona too. So when you teach your children at a young age that it's not about the money, it's about what goes on in your heart, you know, when you're helping other people. I think it's really an important lesson to instill in kids. It's hard to do that when you're busy, but I think it's still important, which is a good thing. Let's see, what other questions can I ask you today? I think we talked kind of about the Yona books. I will go back at the end of this live stream. Karen is the last person to hop on today. Is there anything else that you'd like to share about your books, about you, about anything, about what it's like to live through a hurricane? My mind.
I'm so used to hurricanes, and I can remember, I don't remember what year, and I don't remember the name of the hurricanes, but there was 3 of them that would come. Oh, wow. And it was like a normal thing. The kids, well, it's kind of like the snow days where the kids get excited because they don't have to go to school, except they get to go out and play in the snow, where with our kids here in Florida, they just don't have to go to school. But you never know. I've never been too afraid of the hurricanes. We always have a game plan, you know, what we're going to do. And I guess because I grew up with my granny sweeping out her, because she had an old house, and I can remember her having the broom and sweeping out the water as the water would come in as the hurricane, even though her house was up on blocks. The water would still come in, and she would sweep it out. And it's the tornadoes. The tornadoes is what it gets kind of scary. And we all have a spot. There's spots in the house that we kind of built when we built this house. Not like a underground shelter or anything like that, but spots that were to where you can go into if you needed to, you know, for safety. Not that a tornado is going to, you know, might not help much for a tornado, but I don't know. I just never have really panicked and moved out of state and left, you know, for hurricanes. I've always stayed home, and I wouldn't leave anyway, because now would I go to safety if someone told me if I lived in Tampa, you know, or lived somewhere where the you know, it could really be really bad, I would leave. But we're in Central Florida, but I wouldn't be able to leave knowing that my family was here. First, it was my mother. I couldn't leave because of her. And now I couldn't leave in case one of my kids or grandkids need me. So they just all, it's kind of a time, and I don't know that a lot of people would agree with this. I don't know, because there are some people that are scared of the hurricanes, and I'm not taking them lightly. People lose their lives, you know. They're serious. They're very, very serious. But we all gather up our food, and we all gather up our water, and we all gather up, you know, what we need, our supplies, and everybody comes together in one home. A lot of times here in Florida, I know there people will go, the next door neighbors go, all their kids come over, and we just kind of are together. I don't know. It makes you appreciate your family, and whenever you know they're all here, and we might play board games and try to do something to redirect ourselves, you know, and we're cooking, the men are busy boarding up, and then we wait and we sit and we tell stories and talk about, you know, things, and like I said, do board games and wait for the lights to go out. And but we just make the best of what we can with it, you know. Like I said, it's nothing to take lightly, but it's coming and there's nothing you can do about it. And so as long as your family's with you and you just you pray that everything's okay, and you just kind of be with your family. I don't know, it's just I've had them all my life. I've been here all my life, so they're kind of like the snowstorms and the fires and the, what do you call the when the ground goes out.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
earthquakes,
you know,
earthquakes.
I akin it to the same kind of thing here. Of course, we didn't have wildfires when I was growing up, but they have definitely been a part of my adult life. I don't remember having them as a child, but we have the earthquakes. And some people will say, well, I don't know how you live through an earthquake. And it's probably a lot like how you look at hurricanes, is like, you really just don't have a choice. You know, hurricane comes, or when the tornadoes come, or when the fire comes, or the earthquake, or whatever else might happen, you just, you know, kind of do what you got to do. And in the case of earthquakes, you really have no idea when they're coming.
Right.
They just happen. So it's a little unnerving for sure. I've had a few since I've been in my home here, but over my lifetime, I've had many, many, many. In fact, I remember one time when my girls were little, my cousin came to visit with her son, and we had a major earthquake while they were visiting, and it woke me up out of a sleep, and I went running in and laid over all the kids, or what I thought was all the kids, because I didn't want them to be, you know, the glass shattering and get on them. I was going to, you know, save the world with my Superman. And when it was all said and done, 2 of the kids weren't even there. The only one that was still there was Levi, my cousin's little boy. My girls had gone under the bed, and it was like, well, I saved the blankets, you know, and Levi. It was pretty, we laughed about it a lot, but
that's what we do. That's what we do. And then, you know, after the hurricanes are over and you do all of your checking, and then it's neighbor helping neighbor, you know, and everybody's out helping people solve, helping people, you know, pick up, helping people do. If there's a tarp that needs to be put on a house, there's people helping put the tarps on the house. And I don't know, you just get prepared for them. And we've been lucky. All of my family has been lucky. We haven't, no one's lost anything major, and no one's lost their life that I personally know. And so we've been lucky. But you know, I mean, where do you go when you're born and raised in Florida, and that's all you know, what do you do?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's like me, I wouldn't move because there's earthquakes or fires or anything else. We recently have a fire that got, I was not in any danger, but I was close enough to have ash on everything in my yard and my car and those kinds of things, you know, like there was cleanup because the ash was that close, and I could see it, you know, out my door in the evening. You can see, as it starts to get dark, you can see a fire if it's close.
Yeah.
I remember as a little girl, in fact, I think I was probably in high school, not so little, but we were having dinner one night, and there was a fire in the local mountains. And from where we were eating dinner, you could just, the whole mountain was lit up with fire. And I remember even then thinking, "Ooh, I don't think I like fires very well."
Right, right.
That was the first time I ever remember
Yeah,
of knowing about fires, and then it was years and years and years before any other fire that came into my awareness anyway. Maybe I just didn't know about them, but it's kind of crazy. But yeah, no, you're not going to move from what you know and love.
right. There's
That
too many good things in Florida, and the hurricanes are, sometimes you have 3 and 4 in a year, sometimes you don't have any for 2 or 3 years. So, you know, you just hunker down, you know, and you get ready for it and you pray, and that's about it. And you bring your family close, and you keep them close to you, and just hope that everything's okay. It's strange. I know it sounds strange, you know, to sit and talk about it, you know, but
no, I think it's just our nature. It's just when we have a home, it's our home. And when you have family around, you know, a lot of people have left California for different reasons. Maybe they don't agree with the politics, or they don't like it being so congested, or there's 100 reasons why people move out of state. And I've seen people kind of go and then come back and then go again. You know, I've lived here my whole life. And so I've seen people come and go too for a lot of different reasons. So, but you know, I was born and raised here. I'm a California girl. I can't imagine moving out of state. I'm not going to say I never would, because about the time I say that, something happens and I end up doing it. I think when I put my foot down and say I'm never going to do something, that's when God kind of starts laughing, and he said, let's.
Right.
I'm not going to say I would never do it, because you never know. I can't imagine doing it, but I would maybe do it under the right conditions. So I do love it here. I love being close to the water. I love that you're right there on the water, and that's just amazing to be. Water to me is, you know, a lake or the ocean, or being close to the water is just, that's a big thing. I think that's an amazing place to be able to live like that. Well, I'm going to close out this live stream. I have been doing this since 12 noon. And we have had a blast today. We've learned so many things. We've had Hastings from Helping Hands Orphanage in Malawi, Africa came. He was so kind to be here, even though I know it was late at night for him. In fact, when he signed off, he was like, "Yes, thank you. I'm going to bed now." And he got to.
That's probably going to be me. I'm going to feed my husband and then go to bed, because I got an early morning in the morning.
And I do appreciate you being here. I do know that's what I was getting at, was I know it's late for you because I'm in California. It's early still, but for you, you need to take care of it. All of the things are going to do. But there's been so many books and so many nonprofits that we've talked about today. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart that I know authors have a giving heart. I know that their message matters, and I love being a part of it. And I really appreciate people who've paid attention, who've joined me today, who've been a part of this day. I'm so appreciative and so grateful. And thank you, Karen, for being my last person of the day. I'm so blessed to have you in my life. And I know that even if you never wrote another book, you would still be my friend. And I love you and care about you so much.
Thank you. I love you too. And thank you so much for inviting me.
Yes, of course. It wouldn't be the same without you.
Thank you, Lori.
Yes, thank you so much. Make sure you get this little book and all the other Yona books, because they will delight the pants right off of you. And
I can't wait till mine comes in. I haven't got that one yet. I can't wait till it comes in.
I was really excited that it's colorful and fun, and I hope it blesses people. I know it will, because it's all about Yona. And so why wouldn't it, right? I mean, she's so fun. So thank you. And today's Giving Tuesday, which just means that it's a day that's set apart for us to remember to give. It's December. It is Christmas time or Hanukkah or any other celebration. There are so many that take place, but I think the most important thing about Giving Tuesday is to give something. You may not have money, and that's okay, but you have a smile, you have encouragement, you have so many things going for you. So time, treasure, or talent is what I always say, but give something. Don't let the day go past without encouraging someone or doing something kind, as we've heard earlier today too. And if you would please support these authors with their books and their projects and the nonprofits that they support, it will be a blessing to you, I promise. Thank you so much and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lori. Bye-bye.